The action is well and truly hotting up here in Jeddah. 128 of the world's best players began. Now just 96 remain. Our round one winners are back, all vying for a place in the all-important last 64. Welcome along to the afternoon session on day 3 of the World Pool Championship. Yeah, welcome to day 3 of the World Pool Championship here in Jeddah. Some big names have already been sent packing. A few big names could follow them today. Let's introduce you to my A-star team, Jeremy Jones, Scott Frost and Carl Boys. Gentlemen, I'm going to put you on the spot. We've seen all the players now play at least once, some twice. Who's impressed you the most? JJ, you first.
I mean, it's only been one match, but I think Anton Raga, really. I mean, he looked super solid, looked super comfortable. I know Bernie didn't play his best in that match, but he looked a lot like that European Open last year.
Yourself, Scott?
Yeah, Raga looked good. I mean, I'm still a Federer, Gorst, and Shane Van Bonen guy. I mean, it's like Jeremy said, it's one match, right? So I think the further they go, the more comfortable they get, the stronger they're going to get.
I'm actually going to go for Capito. He didn't play on one of the main tables, but when I was commentating, he was on one of these tables just in front of me, and we were keeping an eye on that match, and he played great against Nardenberg, completely closed the match out, and that's a tough match, Nardenberg, to open up.
Yeah, last night we saw the losers get another opportunity to go through. A lot of pressure now, just ranked up completely. How do you see that sort of working out now? Do you almost feel like they get another chance to go? They play 2 games as opposed to 1? Or do you almost feel like they're going to now struggle because the games will start to pick up fast?
Well, I mean, you got to look at it like a blessing when you're over there at least. But, you know, you're going to probably percentage-wise draw a little tougher if you get through. And looking ahead, there's going to be some incredible matches on that loser's qualification.
Yeah, and also I think you know pool players, they get a little bit warmer, the backarm starts to loosen up, doesn't it? So the more matches to play, really, it's better for the pool players. So sometimes it's not the worst thing coming through the losers section.
Yeah, not worse at all. Let's remind ourselves of that section. Phil Yates has a recap of last night's action.
Our most recent session spanned evening, then early morning. It began with a high-quality victory for China's Dang Junhu. A golden break sealed the deal and meant a shockingly swift exit for Filipino giant Carlo Biardo. Next up in a battle of teenage talents, Bernie Regalario bounced back from an opening match defeat. Instead, it was Sam Henderson who went home to the American Midwest, defeated 9-3. Finally, we witnessed an epic contest in which Fedor Gorst kept title aspirations alive. Vietnam's Luong Doc Tien forgot to call push out in rack 16 and succumbed 9-7 as the player they call the Ghost just about survived.
Yeah, let's remind ourselves of some of those results from yesterday's action. Carlo Biardo gone, the world champion from 2017, beaten 9-5 by Dang Junhu. We saw it there as well, Bernie Regalario coming through in the battle of the youngsters, 9-3 against Sam Henderson and Fedor Gorst. Starting to find his rhythm coming through his game, 9-7 against Nguyen Duc Tien. Some interesting results. Fedor's the one that really stands out there. We've been waiting for him to kind of get into that gear now, and look, he's had a couple of big games, a couple of tight games as well. He's now starting to find the rhythm of it, isn't he?
Yeah, obviously, you know, it's been a bit scrappy from Fedor. He'll say the same, but, you know, really impressive win last night. It was up against it, you know, under severe pressure, and it wasn't his A game, B game, but, you know, he just found a way to win, and sometimes you've got to do that on the table.
Yeah, what are we making of his game so far? I mean, Scott, you kind of pointed out the fact that he played a tournament before this. He got here late as well. Where's his game at?
Yeah, I think it affected Skyler and Federer both. They played one pocket for a straight week, right? But they're getting more comfortable as time goes on. That's just like any tournament. But I've got to talk about Dang real quick. I watched Dang play his match versus Biardo. Biardo broke and run the first 2 racks, and Dang owned him from then forward. This guy broke so good, played solid. He could be my pick to win the tournament from here.
Yeah, it's interesting to say Dang there. We can see pictures of the golden break. And one thing we have seen, JJ, so far in this tournament, a lot of the players have been struggling with their breaks, a lot of dry breaks. Dang hasn't had that problem so far. Dang's breaks have been perfect.
Yeah, he's been real good, and he's a player, once he gets going, gets that confidence, he's a dangerous player. We saw it last year in Spain, and he's a fun player to watch as well.
Yeah, Carlo Biado gone, 2017 world champion. We spoke about the depth already. And when a world champion gets gone in the first round, we know how tough this competition's going to be, Carl.
Yeah, tough draw as well. You know, I'm not saying there's easier draws, but there's a few that you'd like to have, wouldn't there? If us boys were playing, we'd prefer certain players. You had Marco Thucha first round, and obviously Dang, and he's out. So it is a big shock, but when you see the two players that have beat him, not a massive, massive shock.
Yeah, and the other thing, Carl, they're talking about the tables getting tougher. I mean, they're getting a little tougher as you go, right? They're getting more play. Pockets are tightening up a little bit. Tables are getting wetter. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah, we maybe saw that in the game yesterday on our main table here, Regalario versus Henderson. And it was a game of miscues, missed opportunities as well. But, I mean, this one, though, from Regalario, probably the shot of the tournament so far.
Yeah, it was special. What a
Very
kick shot
special.
it is. You know, players used to going off the short rail, then the long rail, but when you go long rail, then short rail, it's always a bit funny. But as Scott said, Regalario, just before we come on air, we thought he was going to kick on from Hanoi, didn't we?
Yeah. I mean, from Hanoi, it looked like it. He was one of my favorite players to watch, and I've kept my eye on him closely. Since Hanoi, he's struggling a little bit. I still look for him to come through in the long run. Obviously not here. It's going to be tough. He's got one more he's got to win, but I expect him to start playing better.
Yeah, JJ, a word on Henderson. Obviously, look, we spoke on Monday about the young Americans coming through. Obviously, look, so much talent. He's probably at the top of the tree of the younger players coming through. Obviously, disappointing for him yesterday, but how would he take that experience? Main TV table, yes, he didn't play well, but he got that experience.
Yeah, and he's the type of kid, if you follow him online or around him, he's a very confident young man. So, you know, maybe a bit much for him at that moment, but he wanted to be there, I know it. So he's going to take it in stride and learn from it.
Should he have been on the main TV table? I mean, that extra pressure, he's only 17. Would he have preferred to be on one of the outer tables?
Maybe, you know, at this stage, but, you know, you want to play out there. We're seeing AJ Manas come out and beat Mora, didn't we?
Yeah.
He played unbelievable, the young Filipino. But, you know, Henderson can go away. You can look at the match. His kicking was very poor. You know, obviously the TV table slides a lot more, so maybe that's what caught him out.
Yeah, he's used to the other tables, but I don't think there's a problem putting him out there. I've talked to Sam's mom. This young man is this close to breaking through, and when he breaks through, look out. Sam Henderson's the real deal.
Yeah, he certainly is, and obviously he'll come again. So many other big tournaments coming up. All right, let's have a look at the order of play for this afternoon. Some really big games as well. Nothing bigger really than Jason Shaw, the current Hanoi Open champion, takes on Johan Chua. Ko Ping Chun takes on Darren Appleton. Look at some of the games as well on table one. Tyler Styer takes on Kato Kaci. Joshua Filler in action as well against Chia Chen. So much good action to come on day one. Some big ones as well, but Jason Shaw versus Johan Chua. I mean, that's going to be a fantastic game to kick things off this afternoon.
Yeah, I'm sure they played in Hanoi as well when Jason won Hanoi earlier. Last exciting plays to kick things off.
Made of Jason Shaw so far, it feels like a go that he played right in, comfortable as well. What have you made of Shaw so far?
Yeah, I mean, he's so used to seeing Shaw. Sits in the Moscone Cup where, you know, in a cup with like 3,000 fans screaming and shouting. He's the most focused player you've ever seen. That fluke 9-ball he had against Roda come at the right time, and he kind of got away with it. Could have got a little bit sticky in that match.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, at the time it was 5-4. It's like Roda was going to make it 5-0, and then Jason Shaw just went up another gear and comfortably won it 9-4 in the end. Where is Jason Shaw's game right now, do you think?
Well, the game's there, that's for sure. And as Carl said, you know, gets a little mental at times with Jason. I spoke with him earlier, and I think he's kind of learning from the other players. He's recognizing all the stress, and he said he's just going to try and go out there and enjoy it and give it his all.
Scott, he is one of the favourites, has to be, right, coming off that Hanoi Open win as well. Obviously a big win for him. It's a major win. He has to be one of the favourites coming into this tournament.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think he gets up for this type of an event, right? This is what Jason Shaw lives for. It's not the money, it's the win, right? That's what he wants. And
Money helps.
And talking to Jeremy, Chohan struggled a little bit in his previous match. Don't think Jason Shaw doesn't know that. I know the board's erased, the slate is wiped clean, but you've got to put Shaw as a slight favorite in this environment.
Yeah, I've known Jason since he was about 12, 13, you know, when he was this big, and whenever there was balls left on one of the tables, he'd be running over, grabbing somebody's cue, just slamming him in, and, you know, he still loves to pop the balls as well, as he's an adult.
Yeah, what do you make of Chua? Obviously, struggled a lot in that match against Hamza Ali. Well, should have got out, right? I mean, if it wasn't for scratch, when Hamza Ali looked like he was going to win the game. And then Chua obviously eventually came through, but struggled a lot in that game.
Yeah, it was a crazy match. You know, Johan Chua, you know, I'm sure Jason Shaw was watching, no disrespect to Hamza Ali, but I'm sure he would have preferred that match, right? And obviously, he couldn't get over the line. Chua dodged a bullet and sets up this classic match.
And it is a classics match as well, and it's a really good match to kick things off here. Which way are you sliding?
Yeah, I go with Jason a little bit. I mean, Johan's got to step it up. I think sometimes we miss him at some tournaments, and that can make a difference. You cannot replace the match time. That's just one thing. You can practice all you want, but the matches mean the most.
I'm going to go down the line there as well. Scott, what do you think in this one?
Yeah, I think Jason's a slight favorite. Anything can happen. A couple little funny things, and, you know, Johan could take it down, but I like Shaw.
Yeah, I give Shaw the edge as well, but, you know, obviously Chua's a class act, but I think in this arena, in this setting, Shaw's got the bigger CV, and I think he'll get the job done.
All right, a clean sweep here. Let's see how Jason Shaw gets underway. Let's get the action underway.
Are you ready or not?
Welcome once again. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Masa al khair. Here we are in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in Jeddah's Matchroom Pool, and the Ministry of Sport bring to you the 2024 World Pool Championship. Well, last night we lost 32 of our players. Today is all about surviving and advancing. And all of our remaining QS have one victory under their belt. They'll need to turn that into 2 for their chance to go through. Let's play Nineball. It's that time. Please welcome on table number 1. Let's hear it for Kaci and Tyler Styer.
Do it better than anybody you ever seen. Do it straight from the haters. Got a nice ring to it. I guess every superhero need his theme music. No one man should have all that power. The clock's ticking, I just count the hours. Stop tripping, I'm tripping off the power.
And on table number 2, please welcome Chris Melling and Aloysius Yap.
The prison's open. We ain't got nothing to lose. Everybody we rollin'. Everybody we rollin'. With some light-skinned girls and some Kelly Rollins. In this white man world, we the ones chosen. So good night, cool world. I see you in the morning.
And on the TV table, I know the Filipino community will be locking in. Please welcome the 2023 World Cup champion, Black Koi, Johan Chua. Opponent is Europe's Mosconi Cup captain. Please welcome the Eagle Eye, Jason Shaw.
They wanna know how to get like me. Dream so big that I cannot sleep. Put in that time and I put in that grind. I'm the best in the world, that's all I see. Never back down, I'm standing strong. They gonna talk, but they all been wrong. What they gonna say when I keep going up? What they gonna do when I don't fall off? Look at my
As always, table 1 and 2 you can watch now live on the Matchroom Pool YouTube page and Matchroom Multisport. But our focus is our main table and Hanoi Open champion Jason Shaw, who takes on Johan Chua. So let's head over to our commentary team of Jeremy Jones. But first, it's Phil Yates.
Addy, thank you very much. Looking forward to this. Always look forward to commentating on these two. It's their 3rd recent meeting on the World 9-Ball Tour. Carl Boyes mentioned last year's Hanoi Open, when Shaw beat Chua in the last 32.
So welcome along to day 3 of the 2024 World Championship, where the focus for us is the match between Tyler Styer and Kaci. I'm Michael McMullen, and Scott Frost is alongside me.
How you doing, Michael? I'm excited to see this match. I've not seen Cledio play in person. Obviously, I'm very familiar with Tyler Styer.
Yeah, two players who, in different ways, I guess, have come on a lot over the last 12 months or so. We've known for a long time about Styer's ability, but he's found a bit of consistency and actually has had a number of good tournaments over the last year or so. In terms of Kaci, it was all about that amazing week almost a year ago now at the Spanish Open, where he turned up and was known as Eklund's younger brother. By the end of the week, he was known as someone who'd been to the last 16 of a major tournament. So this is the practice rack that the two players are having. And while that's going on, we're going to take the opportunity to go through some of the matches that are just getting underway now. This is winners qualification, so if you come through this, you're in the final 64, the single elimination stage. Oliver Szolnocki, who's been a semi-finalist in this championship in the past, from Hungary, plays Poland's Konrad Yasusin. Alexander Kazakis of Greece, another player who's been to the semis of this, taking on Lee Van Corteza from the Philippines. Kwo Po Cheng has been runner-up a long time ago now. He faces Dimitri Yongo of Switzerland. Lucius Yap, who's been a US Open finalist, plays Chris Melling, who's had a very eventful morning. Chris has actually been to hospital today. He's struggling to walk. He's got some big problem with his foot, so that's going to be a big challenge for him, even more so than it would be playing Yap at the best of times. Pong Nam Pham of Vietnam up against the very dangerous Dutch player Marco Teutjer. Daniel Maciol from Poland, another player who's steadily come on a lot over the last 12 months or so, up against the experienced Estonian Dennis Graber. We've got Ko Ping Han, the youngest of the three Ko brothers, taking on Abdullah Al-Shamari, one of the few players from the home contingent still in it. Jason Shaw, US Open champion some years ago, Hanoi Open champion last year. And what a tough one he faces against Johan Chua, who was part of the Philippines team that won the World Cup almost exactly a year ago. Hona Suto, who's recently been a ranking event winner from Spain, plays former winner of this title all the way back in 1996, Ralph Suquet. And Roland Garcia of the Philippines facing Ko Pin Yi, World Masters winner last year. But you know, the match that really grabbed my attention when I looked at the schedule for this session, Scott, is Francisco Sanchez Ruiz against Kyle Amoroto. Now, we know such a great contingent of Philippines players. There's a young wave of them coming through as well now, the likes of Raga, Regalario, and Amoroto is very much part of that, and we've seen him get some very big results over the last year or so. So that really is a tough one for the defending champion today.
Yeah, I fully agree, and these young guys from the Philippines are absolutely fearless. So FSR, he needs to be on top of his game. Amoroto really showing his best pool here so far this week. I wouldn't be surprised if there was an upset there.
And the thing about it is, if there is an upset, Sanchez Ruiz will go into losers qualification and would play Fedor Gorst. So we would have the incredible spectacle of the numbers 1 and 2 playing each other in the knowledge that one of them is going out and won't be in the last 64.
Yeah, that's fascinating.
So as always, once we get to this stage of the championship, everywhere you look, there are intriguing matches, heavyweight clashes. So they've both had their practice rack, and I believe we're just about ready to do the lag now. Not sure quite what's been waited on. Some sort of go-ahead, I guess, to get on with it. Tyler Styer, probably best known for his exploits in the Mosconi Cup. He's actually been on the winning team on a couple of occasions. And as I said, over the last year or so, he's got a bit closer, I think, to the level that we've been expecting him to reach for a number of years now. Kaci, still a little bit of an unknown quantity. Just how good is he going to turn out to be? Well, all the indications so far are that he's got enormous potential. It's Styer who's won the lag, and he's going to get us started. Race to 9. Whoever gets there will go through to the last 64 tomorrow. And the other player will be back later today for another go in losers qualification. But remember, if you come through on that side, you've got to face someone who's come through on the winner's side. So you really want to get through undefeated. Here we go then. Tyler Styer starts us off.
Yeah, and right away, in my opinion, has the potential to break the balls as good as anybody from America, if not the world. Got a little unlucky with the kiss off the 9. Ended up down here below the 8. He's going to have to roll out, I believe. I can't tell if he can see enough of the 2 to play it. And even if he could, well, the 8 is covering the 3 up from anywhere up table. Yeah, and you can see here, he is clearly hooked or snookered, so he's going to have to figure something out. I don't mind coming to this lower left corner, actually, because of where the 8's at, and challenging your opponent. I don't know about the lower right corner, because your opponent can cross this ball to the top right, come back down and use the purple and yellow as cover. I don't think he's going to pass this up. You can definitely cross it past the green 6, bring the cue ball back down and use cover. Whereas if you put that cue ball down on the lower left side, it makes things a lot more difficult for Cleto.
Claudio Kaci, 18 years of age. Born in 2006. Can you believe there's anyone who has a date of birth in 2006, Scott?
Yeah, I don't even, I can't even compute that anymore. And see, this is the shot, Michael, that I was discussing. He hit it a little thinner than I thought he would, because if you catch it full, you get close to making it, and you're definitely going to keep it there for the cover. Neither here nor there, not terrible, but Tyler is real good at chipping off the edge of these balls from distance and coming back around behind the 3 and 8. If he decides to take that on, he might just kick and stick behind the 2. He might even bank at the 2. I don't know.
Styer might feel like the old man in this match, but he's far from it. Won't be 30 until January of next year. Ranked number 28 in the world, which is a climb of 13 places on the start of the year. And he actually climbed 20 spots in the course of last year, so you can see he's steadily picking his way up through the rankings.
Yeah, and if there's anything I think he's lacking in this game is his defense. I don't know if I'm bringing the 2 down here around the 3. He's got to hit this well, and he has hit it well, but if he doesn't get it all the way down, I think the return is pretty heavy for Cleto. Luckily for Styer, the 2 close to frozen on this bottom rail makes things much more difficult. But he's got a lot of cover, Michael. He can use the 5, the 9, the 8. If he decided to bank the 2 back up to the top left side. And that's what he's done. And needs it to run, though. Not a lot of future here. The problem is still the black 8. If you went ahead and just tried to cinch the 2, you'd really be gambling on position. There is a gap up there where he's putting his cue. Problem is, the other problem is he's elevated over the 3. Is the defensive play as good as the offensive play? That's where he's got to weigh those decisions out. I think he's going to stay aggressive. Because he's so steep on this, meaning he could almost bank it in the lower right corner of our screen, it's real tough to get away from the 2 in a defensive play. Tyler's a straight shooter. He's hampered over the 3. If he played it to the top right corner, he'd have to hold the cue ball for the gap or come back and across. wow. That's a real good sign if you're in the Styer camp. Kind of a two-way play as well. Utilized the 5 and 9 for cover. But he didn't need cover. He hit it clean. Needs to take full advantage of that big shot there. Make sure everything he does is right. If he gets out this rack, he'll definitely send a message to his opponent. You just want to get out somewhere. He'd be thrilled to be just below the 5. So he's going to have to create something. Might come around 3 rails below and then above the 4. I think you're safer to just draw it out 2 rails, just above where you would rack the balls. Okay, he's using the bridge like Corey Deuel has taught a lot of players in the United States. More like a regular pool cue than a bridge. The way he'll hold it, now he's going back to the traditional route. Yeah, 2 rails out. That needs to roll. It's going to be a little weak.
I think everyone would agree, Styer himself more than anyone, that his accomplishments in the game so far have not been what we would have expected of him. He's certainly got the potential to do an awful lot more. And so often for him it's been an issue killing off matches. He often gets put on the main table, so we do see a lot of him. And so often he starts off a match well, puts himself in a winning position, and then it almost feels like he just wants it so much that he can't get over the line.
Yeah, it's well noted. He has been close many times. He did win a big tournament last year at Texas Open, maybe almost 2 years ago now.
No, it was last year,
Okay.
yeah, back in September, yeah.
It was a good tournament. Really tough field. Played solid all the way through. But to your point, looks to me like he should win more tournaments he needs. A good rub here. Not terrible. He can stay aggressive, Michael, if he'd like. I think the bank is probably a better option than the cut, these side pockets. Boy, they're not forgiving.
I think he is improving in a sense in terms of just relaxing a bit more. I had a nice chat with him at the UK Open. Well, every chat with Tyler's a nice one. He's such a nice lad. And he was saying he's just very happy in life, and that's helping him in his game, and starting to show through a bit more, but I still feel there's an awful lot of improvement that could potentially lie ahead for him.
Yeah, he banked it long. He doesn't play the mixed games, really, meaning one pocket or bank pool. He's pretty strictly rotation. Gotta wonder. He initially looked at cutting that ball, Michael, so I'm just curious if he second thought the decision. This was a big opportunity slipped away if Cledio takes advantage. Very reminiscent of his elder brother.
It's always an interesting thing, isn't it, when you have a well-known player in a sport and then a younger sibling comes through. You wonder at what point they'll stop being referred to just as the younger brother, younger sister, whatever.
And that's a valid point. I've watched this young man pretty closely on screen. I've actually watched him on YouTube. I know that Eklund's had his accident and he's dealing with some things. He's on his way to recovery and he's back playing, and we're grateful for that. I feel like this young man is playing at a level that a lot of people don't realize. I think he's playing real close to his elder brother.
Yeah, and I guess it's because of the fact that Eklund Kaci has achieved so much in the game that makes it harder to step out of the shadow. But it's also funny, isn't it, how often in various sports you see someone who's well known and then a younger relative comes through and they end up actually being a much bigger star.
Well, look at Ko Ping Chung. Ko Ping Chung was always in his brother's shadows, and now, and it seems like for a solid, well, ever since the U.S. Open at least, he has really stood out as the better player. Now, Ko Ping Yi, clearly a star. They're both stars.
I think perhaps the most famous example in all of sport would be Venus Williams, who came through and people said she's going to be one of the best in the world, and then her younger sister turned out to be arguably the best of all time in women's tennis. So this for 1-0. Very solid stuff there from Claudio Kaci getting out, and he takes the opening rack against Tyler Styer. Lots happening already on the other tables. Konrad Yushin has got a couple on the board already against Oliver Sholnocki, so that one's 2-0. The defending champion Francisco Sanchez Ruiz has won the first rack against Kyle Amoroto. Alexander Kazakis 1-0 up against Levan Corteza. It's 1-1 between Dimitri Yungo and Kuo Po Cheng. Now Chris Melling, who as I've said is struggling to walk today and has been to hospital this morning, well, it hasn't stopped him going 1-0 up on Lucius Yap. Marco Teucher also leading 1-0 against Pong Nam Pam. Dennis Grab has won the first rack against Daniel Maciol. Ko Ping Han 1-0 up against Abdullah Al-Shamari. 1-0 between Jason Shaw and Johan Chua. And a couple of past winners of this title. Ralph Souquet has won the first rack against Hona Suto, and Ko Ping Yi has done the same against a former World Championship runner-up, Roland Garcia. We saw the difference there, didn't we, Scott, between these two players in the first rack. Tyler takes a long time over it, very intense. Claudio Kaci gets to the table, very fluent, very efficient, very technically sound, and just cleans up for 1-0.
Well, you brought something up there, and I think Tyler and I have had this conversation before. I think he's his own worst enemy, like most of us, but if he just flowed a little bit more, maybe a little bit better sometimes, and we talked about it all day yesterday, it's easy to talk yourself out of things. Tyler plays real good when he's in rhythm. Well, this is another good sign for the Kaci camp. He nor his brother lacking in the great break department. And I wouldn't be surprised that he takes a look at banking this too and just bringing the cue ball backwards. I know he's got to cut it a little bit to the thin side of the two, meaning the cue ball is going to travel towards the center diamond if he draws it. But I think it's valuable. I think it's worth it. And he's young. I don't know that he's considering safe. There is a great defensive play. You can chip the two towards the bottom side of the right middle, bring the cue ball one rail, and really butter him up under the three. That play is completely available. But this young man has other ideas.
He has had some matches against his older brother. They actually played in a final, the Pristina Open. And I think Claudio was only about 15 at the time, but he won.
Yeah, not surprised. And he's, at his age, Claudio, he's still improving literally as he's at the table. So it's hard to gauge how good somebody like this actually plays because we're witnessing improvement as he goes. Really, there's no limits. He's got some work to do. He's pretty flat here, Michael. He's got to probably come 2 rails forward to get out below the 8 for the pink 4 in the top right. Yeah, somewhere like that. And that's how flat he is on this 3. He'll be thrilled to get anywhere around where you rack the balls. Oof. Didn't like what I saw there. A little quick. Yeah, he's recovered well with the stroke. Transition looked great. Now he's got options. He could punch 2 rails around the black and yellow, or he could just 1 rail down towards the purple. Playing for the 5 next on the pink to the top right. And he chose the 1 rail route. There's nothing wrong with it. Probably easier to make the ball that way. Now he's got the same option. You can come 2 rails or 1 rail. I think 2 rails you really avoid the 8. but it's all player preference. Yeah, and he did clip the 8, but never really a threat. Making it look easy, Michael.
Yeah, he's a bit of a Q Sports all-rounder. He's a very good snooker player. In fact, he's been to the quarter-finals of the World Junior Championship. Now, you have to have a very good standard, and one of the players he beat along the way was Ben Mertens from Belgium, who's gone on to become a very good professional snooker player himself. And it was thought for a time that was the road he was going to go down. But the things I've been hearing recently suggest he's decided the pool is actually the future for him.
He's landed just a fraction off of straight. Just wants to get nice and tight to the 8. He's done well with it. Probably just stop here. I don't see any other risks. The 9 covering the top left. And just like that, opportunities come and go. Tyler Styer had it in game number 1. Well, that opportunity has long passed him.
And Claudio Kaci went on that remarkable run to the last 16 of the Spanish Open last summer. He beat Tyler Styer along the way. And he's off and running very nicely in his quest to defeat the American again. Claudio Kaci eases into a 2-0 lead. Now, we said at the start that the defending champion Francisco Sanchez Ruiz faced a very tough challenge today against the young Philippines player Kyle Amoroto. Well, Amoroto's just levelled that one at 1-1. Alexander Kazakis now 2-0 up against Lee Van Corteza. Dimitri Jungo and Kuo Po Cheng are 1-1. Same score between Lucius Yap and Chris Melling. Marco Teutschers won the first 2 racks against Pong Nam Pham. Jason Shaw winning rack 3 to now lead Johan Chua 2-1. Ralph Souquet, 28 years after he won this championship, now leads 2-0 over Honus Suto, and it's 1-1 between Roland Garcia and Ko Pin Yi. Kuo Po Cheng, who I mentioned there, level with Dimitri Jungo at 1-1. He is the only player to have been in the final of this championship more than once without ever winning it. You can impress people with that, Scott.
Yeah, I would guess that's a good thing, but at the same time, it could be a little treacherous for him in the mental side. Take another look. Claudio's break. Am I pronouncing that right, Michael?
Absolutely perfectly, Scott. As ever.
Thank you. I've got to say, for the people at home, this guy rattles names off of these players from different parts of the world, and it's fascinating. I can barely say my own name, let alone all of these.
Just say it quickly, Scott, and nobody ever notices anything wrong.
Well, interesting. He made 2 balls on the first break, rattled the 1 in the left middle this time. Caught it just a fraction thin, it looked like to me. Tyler, gonna have a good look here at the 1. Pink 4 kind of causing problems. The 1-2 rail look to the center middle pocket, or the lower middle pocket for the blue 2, not really available. So he's got to either go into the green 6 or somehow hold his cue ball for the 2 in the corner. I guess if he wanted to take the 2 rail line, he could drop down somewhere below the 4 and 3, take a cut on the 2. And to make matters worse for Styer, he's over the 5. I like the pace. Really good shot there from where he was. You couldn't hit that ball any better. So Styer's come with 2 great shots in this match. Failed to score yet. But he's looking at the 3-9 following this 2-ball. Yeah, looked real good there as well, Michael. There you have it. 3-9 combination.
And a quick kill for Tyler Styer. So Claudio Kaci looked very impressive in the previous rack. Tyler Styer gets off and running, very swiftly winning rack 3.
Yeah, so nice recoveries for Styer there, right? After a little bit of a blunder in game number 1, missing the bank. His coach is here, by the way, Johan Rusnik. Shout out to Johan, one of the best coaches in the world. I will tell you, I talked to Styer about an hour ago outside the venue. He's had food poisoning for 4 straight days. Believes he's lost around 6 or 7 pounds. He's gotten past it, Michael. But you've got to wonder what kind of toll that'll play on him today.
Well, it takes it out of you mentally and energy-wise, and we've talked earlier on about how he's sometimes struggled to close out matches, and all those things could come into play later. Kyle Amoroto, by the way, is now 2-1 up against the defending champion Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. Tyler Styer breaking 2-1 down.
Look for the 1 in the left middle. And he is very good at that. He's going to get a shot on the blue 2. What is the 5 going to do to the 3? And that is a patented break. Cue ball 2 rails directly into the 9. So that is the problem. The 5 has covered the 3 up in a lot of different ways. He can come backwards. That's what he's looking at now for the 3 in the right middle. Problem is, you've got to be careful. You do not want to come back too far. The 8 is a big ball, so you're going to have to take a cut on the 3. He looks so young, Claudio.
He does, but doesn't he carry himself with such maturity? He really feels like an adult.
Yeah, like his brother. His brother does carry himself with pure class as well. This was shot directly into the rail. He's going to get away with something here. And that's something we've noticed over the years in the United States with Tyler, is he will tend to get a little heated at times. I think that's going to play a big factor in how the outcome ends up here today.
We saw Claudio Kaci in the only previous Matchroom Big Field event that's taken place so far in 2024, the UK Open. He made it through undefeated into the last 64. He was then beaten by Petri Mäkinen, which felt like a bit of a surprise at the time, actually, given the impact Kaci made at the Spanish Open. But of course, Mäkinen went on to the semi-finals.
Yeah, so I think he's looking to draw the cue ball back and behind the 8, but what his concern is fluking something in and snookering himself, I think, here. Yeah, so he's going to go a different route. He's going to chip the 2 behind the 3 and 5, come up behind the 6. Well, he's decelerated. He's got to get there first. Okay, no broken bones.
Styer was a regular participant in the single elimination stage of events like this during 2023. He was in the last 64 of the World Championship in Poland last year. His best run in any of those events in 23 was at the European Open in Germany back in August, got to the last 16.
Well, we know he can see at least half of this ball. Can't tell exactly where he's going with it. Maybe just trying to come straight up between the pink and purple. And that's what he's done. Well, he's made a great strike here. Yeah, very good sign for Styer.
Kaci is here after knocking out a 2-time winner of the World Championship in the previous round, Thorsten Homan.
I like the time that he's taking on this shot. A lot of people will just, you know, look for a spot to play it and carry on. He's really trying to think this out. I think that's a great sign. I don't know if it's time to jump at this versus the kick. You've got to understand when it's best, and so he's going to go to the jump cue. He was just measuring that out with his playing cue, and now he is going airborne. So he must have a plan. I feel like you could get good separation kicking at this ball. If you hit it thin or thick, separation comes. Here, just watch for the double kiss and scratch. Very possible. Oh, well, I don't know if he's played the double kiss to bring the cue all the way back down, but if he has, this was a genius shot.
Just looking at that close-up we saw there of Tyler in his chair, he's already looking a bit anxious and intense, and it's only the 4th rack.
Yeah, he kind of carries that intensity with him all the time, and it does build into a negative intensity at times. Too early for that. He's played solid so far. He's just missed a bank. Nothing major. Nobody's going to play perfect in this format. There's a good look at Johan Rusnik. The right hand of your screen right there. Taking notes. Looking to come 3 rails here. Oh, well done. Needs to travel just a little. Couldn't hit it much better than that.
Heroic stuff going on from Chris Melling on table 2. As I said, he can barely walk today. He's been to hospital this morning. Well, he's leading 3-2 against Lucius Yap.
Maybe it was a ruse.
Yeah.
The old rope-a-dope, Michael.
Yeah, I know. I've seen it though. It looks very genuine, and he's doing well to be playing at all. I don't know if you've seen him today, Scott, but he really is struggling to move at all.
That's unfortunate. He's a pretty good friend of mine, so I actually had no idea until you just mentioned it. He needs a good rub. He got it. He's gotten a decent rub. That wasn't easy by any means. These middle pockets, well, they'd like to avoid them if they could. This is a big opportunity, Michael, for Tyler. Needs to take advantage. He came with a great shot on the 2. And a nice shot on the 3. Needs to get good here on this 5. Pretty straightforward after that. That's going to be good.
Just thinking about Chris Melling, you know, if he does advance and ends up playing with a shot clock at some stage, it's going to be almost impossible for him.
What exactly is wrong?
Yeah, it's just, I think he said he woke up with it, that there's just real intense pain in his foot. So I do know then he was going to hospital after that, and I did see him then when I got to the venue, and he said he's been given something, but he didn't look to be moving any better. So to try and play 30 seconds a shot when you can barely move at all, even for Chris, who's a fairly fast player, I think.
Absolutely. Yeah, and what table is he on in here, Michael?
He's over on table 2, just at the far side of the arena there.
So he's taking a lot of time here, and this is kind of what we discussed before. I've seen this in money matches with Tyler as well, where I think he could just carry on with this. This is, you know, he knows what he needs to do. Yeah, it's well done. He's going to punch one rail out. Unless he's real flat, I think he's got the angle to punch out. Better to go too far than not far enough. You do not want to flirt with the yellow and black. Well, he tends to do things that aren't necessary at times. He's coming 3 rails here. And he's hit it great, but he had the angle where he could punch out 1 rail. Most players are probably going to take that route. Tyler Styer, he likes to poke the bear. He likes to stroke the ball, puts himself in situations at times where he can allow a mistake.
Now, having landed nicely on the 7, you would think this would be fairly routine from here. So Tyler Styer was 2-0 down. He's levelled at 2-2 against Claudio Kaci. Alexander Kazakis of Greece is the early leader in the race to be first player through to single elimination, currently leading Lee Van Corteza 4-1. Last year's winner of this championship, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, level now at 2-2 with Kyle Amoroto. Same score between Oliver Sholnocki and Konrad Yasusin. Kwo Po Cheng now 2-1 up on Dimitri Jungo. Marco Teucher leads Pongnam Pham 3-1. Dennis Graba ahead by the same score against Daniel Maciol, and Ko Ping Han also 3-1 against Abdullah Al-Shamari. Jason Shaw has a 3-1 lead as well against Johan Chua. Ralph Suquet 2-1 up on Honus Suto Kumino. And Ko Pin Yi, winner of the championship 9 years ago, leading Roland Garcia 3-1. The other Kaci, Eklund, will be in action a little later against Mickey Kraus in this round. BJ Ussery against Hunter Lombardo, both players in maybe that sort of second or third tier of Americans. They'll be playing each other. Shane Van Boning, who's right up in the top tier of American players, against Francesco Candela. Darren Appleton, Ko Ping Chung, clash of US Open winners. All these matches coming up later. We'll have Billy Thorpe and Moritz Neuhausen on this table next. Anton Raga against Alexa Pechelge. So just everywhere you look, wonderful matches all afternoon here. And we're enjoying this one 2-2 as Styer breaks in rack 5.
Yeah, and they're only going to get better. The 1 directly in. The 2 kissed the 9 out of the way, so he didn't get the kiss on the 9. Watch the 2 here. Kisses the 9 directly out of the way, so he doesn't get the cue ball to kiss the 9. If it did, he comes away with a real good shot on the 2. Well, that didn't happen. I can't tell if he can see enough of this to bank it or cut it. But he missed the last bank he played on the blue 2. Time for redemption. Doesn't look like it from this angle that he can get enough of it. But his body language tells me he might be able to. shaking his head in a negative manner. It's pretty straightforward. If you can see it, you can see it. If you can't, he's going to be forced to push. Well, he's missed it again, and clearly he could see enough of that ball. He banked it short. You gotta wonder, does Tyler talk himself out of certain scenarios?
You get the sense a lot of conversations go on in Tyler's head that, for the most part, don't tend to help him.
No, and if you're his coach, Johan Rusnik, I wonder if they've discussed his flow, because I've seen Tyler when he's in stroke, and he just gets flowing. You know, he's just a real fluid player, so accurate. In my opinion, I've thought for a long time he had the potential to be one of the top players on the planet, like literally one of the top players on the planet with his fundamentals and his work ethic. As you and I have discussed, it just seems like he never really gets there.
You would have to think it's something they've discussed, because it's so obvious that that's an issue for him, and it just seems inconceivable that they wouldn't have had lengthy conversations about that.
Well, this could be an error. If it doesn't slow down, he does not want to get this straight. He is young. Distance doesn't bother him too much, but would have liked a little more angle on this pink 4 to get up for the purple 5. Yeah. So maybe put a touch of right on this to straighten the cue ball out instead of left. He went with the left ball. Brought the cue ball more downward toward the rail. Now, gonna come 2 rails out, it looks like. Evaluating. I think that's the safer route than trying to draw it out 2 rails. His stroke is very close to his brother's. Now that needs to settle. It's going to end up near perfect. You can't ask much more than that from that situation. This is a shot these guys play quite a bit. It all depends on exactly how it's laying. He could punch 2 rails tight up in towards the 9. That way it doesn't give him an opportunity to roll off or skid a low right ball. But I don't know his style, so let's see how he plays this ball. He's overcut it, Michael, and he tried to play it the way I said, and maybe that was the wrong shot. He's kind of gotten away with it. I don't even know if Tyler can really get a piece of this. If he can, how much can he get?
Just still keeping an eye on the defending champion Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. He's now 4-2 behind against Kyle Amoroto.
Yeah, and this is a match we also talked about on stage just a few moments ago. Amoroto, young, fearless, hungry to beat the world number 1. I think it was you, Michael, that mentioned to me, or Phil, it was probably Phil, but probably came from you. If FSR doesn't finish in the finals or better of this event, we will have a new number 1 in the world.
Well, it's just massive points on offer, isn't it? Because it's all prize money based, so it's very unlikely, put it this way, that whoever wins this championship won't be number 1 in the rankings at the end of it.
Yeah, and I think FSR has held that ranking for a long time. I don't know exactly how long, but quite a while. This was a great shot as long as he kept him covered. But FSR's held that world #1 spot for months at least. I mean, 6, 7, 8 months, I believe.
Oh, it's longer than that.
Okay.
Oh, much
So
longer.
has it been since his run 2
Yeah,
years ago?
Well, so basically, the rankings started at the beginning of 2022. And it was basically just the points started to accumulate over the course of the next 2 years. I think he had a brief spell at #1 quite early on in that, then got knocked off, and then got back there in late 2022.
Got it.
He's been there since.
Yeah, this is tough. He wants to catch the pro side of this ball, hoping he can send the cue ball at least between the gap of the 9 and the 6, maybe get some type of distance. There are good things that can happen here. You just don't want to catch it on the low side of the 5, or our low side. A little surprised he's not elevating and drawing off of the bottom half of that ball, or our top half of that ball. Yeah. Well, it's gonna give him a shot, I believe, and that was the only concern, is if he caught the low side, the cue ball was gonna come down with the 5. So he caught it a little thin. Like what he had in mind, though. If he catches it a fraction thicker, that 5 gets down the bottom rail, cue ball probably ends up behind the 7. Big opportunity for Styer to capitalize and go up 3-2 here. And there are certain situations where I feel like he just tries to do a little too much. I want people to understand I'm not picking on him. He and I are friends. But a lot of people have discussed it. His patterns at times, like previous, he went 3 rails where he could have gone 1. He just really makes it hard on himself sometimes. When he keeps it simple and executes, he can be the best in the world. Great strike there.
Now, there was no doubt there was a general improvement in his results throughout last year. He was finding a bit more consistency. I mentioned that run at the European Open. He had a fine win there against Skylar Woodward, who of course had such a solid 23. It was Mario He who eventually denied him a quarter-final spot. Not long after that, as you pointed out earlier, Scott, he won the Texas Open. So it wasn't just like he had 1 or 2 good events last year. He had a lot of solid performances throughout 2023.
So like here, he's looking to come around 2 rails to the right side of the 9. And I feel like sometimes he wants to send that cue ball or make that cue ball work more than it needs to. No, I like this play. Keep it simple. I think it's a simple play. Very little cue ball movement. You ensure making the 8. All is well.
So as ever on a big shot, taking a moment to get himself prepared. And by winning 3 racks in a row, Tyler Styer now leads for the first time in the match at 3-2. I think it's fair to say the sizable Saudi Arabian contingent have probably performed better over the first couple of days of this championship than we might have anticipated. There are 4 of them still in it. Only one of those is undefeated, and that's Abdullah Al-Shamari. And he's got his work cut out to preserve that because he's currently 5-1 down to Ko Ping Han. Konrad Yusushin 3-2 up on Oliver Sholnocki. Alexander Kazakis now leading 4-2 over Livan Corteza. Dimitri Yungo and Kwo Po Cheng level at 2-all. Chris Melling now a couple ahead of Aloysius Yap at 4-2. Marco Teucher 4-1 up on Pong Nam Pham. Dennis Graba leads by the same score against Daniel Maciol. Johan Chua has won rack 6 to get back to 4-2 behind against Jason Shaw. Hona Suto now leading Ralph Souquet 3-2. And Ko Pin Yi, former winner of this championship, 5-1 up on Roland Garcia. Tyler Styer, one of 7 Americans in the winners' qualification round.
Well, that's pretty impressive, Michael.
Yeah, and in losers' qualification, you've got 3.
Yeah, that's very impressive. So the Americans showing out so far. Well, as soon as we brag on him, misses the 1 in the top left. That was a mishit there. Fluked it to the top right. But for the Americans and for the American fans, I think that's a really positive sign.
Well, it was funny, you know, as we were coming away from Alexandra Palace in London last December, there was a bit of despondency in the American camp, understandably so, because they'd been beaten quite heavily by Europe. But you actually struck a more upbeat tone. You felt there were a lot of positives for the American game in general, and indeed, even from that Mosconi specifically. So why was it that you felt that way?
Well, I think that we can learn from our mistakes, right? That's the most important thing, is really evaluating what went wrong. We have the talent, we have the ability. I think the biggest part is finding out more about ourselves and really becoming a team. It truly is a different world growing up in America than it is growing up in Europe. But if you just take a look at what the Europeans are doing, it's okay to emulate that. I think there's a lot of hope for America in the future, especially with the young ones coming up, Sam Henderson, Shane Wolford, Fedor Gorst. I mean, we talk about Fedor Gorst, Michael, like he's 45 years old. He's 22? It's
24.
24. It's insane how young he is, right? He's going to be around for another 25 years. So I think there's a lot of hope for Team USA.
Yeah, plenty of hope for Tyler Styer in this rack after that fine shot he played, as we were talking there, potting the 2 and getting on the 3.
Yeah, and I think this all stems from the decision. I know it sounds silly, but the simple decision he made on the 8 last game. He considered, it was running through his brain to send that cue ball 3 rails. Instead, he just took a little longer shot on the 9 and punched the 8 in. I think making simple decisions like that can really get his mind in the right place. And from there, his game starts to come up as you're watching him. Like this, for instance, he's not panicking here. He's willing to take the cut, willing to take a little longer shot, sacrifice that to make the out easier once you get this down. I think that's the right way to play it if you're Tyler Styer.
It's got to be frustrating for Kaci in his chair there, only 18 years of age. You want to be doing things, you don't want to be sitting in your chair, and that's hard enough against any opponent, but against someone who's as deliberate and measured as Styer, it must be very frustrating for him. But that's not Steyer's problem. In fact, that's very much what he's trying to achieve. However, that has let Kaci back out of his chair.
Yeah, and I think Steyer's gotten away with this, and that's one of the reasons Tyler likes to really run his cue ball. He's not a huge fan of taking the tougher shot to get back in a good position in the game. He'd rather try to get closer to his work. I think he made the right decision. He just missed the ball. It's going to happen. You're not going to make everything you shoot. I do think he was a favorite to make that, though. He hit it pretty poorly. A lot of good things can happen here if you can kick 3 rails behind this 5 or even 2 rails behind this 5. He's probably going to go 1 rail at it or even take the jump on. He feels like he can utilize the 6, 8, and 9. He was actually going for the make. So he's got to wonder if that has anything to do with being 18 years old. Ocean would have definitely kicked that ball 1 rail, trying to use the 6, 8, and 9. But that's why we're here. Different styles make for fun pool. Big work to do here, Michael. I think at best, if he could just elevate and stop, he would be happy. Trying to draw this ball back could really introduce a miss. I believe he's going to give it a go. Look at this decision. That needs to settle. Yeah, that needs to settle. That is going to sting. Tyler not handling that decision very well. I'm not quite sure what he was trying to do. I don't know if he was actually playing the bank or if he was trying to use the 6, 8, and 9. I would assume that's what he was trying to do and just overhit the ball. Boy. Thought he was going to take a chance at running out there. You really hate to go down playing a safety when you're staring down the pipe of an offensive shot.
Do you feel that was a case from Styer again of not just doing the simple thing, overthinking it and coming up with the wrong decision?
It's very possible. You can see it in his game. His mind tends to run and run quickly. Big shot here for Cledio. I like the time he takes. I like how he gets off the ball. It's something we teach amateurs all the time. When you're down on the ball and you get that negative thought in your mind or you feel like you're not going to make it, you've got to regroup. You've got to get off the ball, reset. Never pull the trigger until you're ready, until you're committed, until you know that you're going to make that shot. Well, this ball didn't roll off. What a hit that was. Looks like he's going to draw this back 3 rails.
More news on the defending champion Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. He's been in a battle early on with the young Philippines player Kyle Amoroto, but FSR has now drawn level there at 4-all.
Yeah, it's a good sign for FSR. I feel like he's starting to really get closer to back to where he was. Didn't want to make contact with that 9 like that. I think he wanted to flick the top side of it. But FSR, back to him. I feel like Michael, he's not done yet with his big runs. I think he's got a good chance to do well in this event still.
Tyler Styer made a questionable decision. It didn't work out for him. Cledio Kaci got the opportunity, and having lost 3 racks in a row, the young Albanian has won that one, so we're level again at 3-all. In fact, a lot of the matches are level at the moment. Told you about FSR and Amoroto. It's also 4-all now between Alexander Kazakis and Levan Corteza, who's charging back there. 3-all between Oliver Sholnocki and Konrad Yusashin, and the same score between Dimitri Jungo and Kwo Po Cheng. Chris Melling now 5-3 in front of Aloysius Yap. Marco Teucher is also at 5. He leads Pong Nam Pam 5-2. Dennis Graba just with the edge over Daniel Maciol at 4-3. Ko Ping Han has a 5-2 advantage over the only Saudi Arabian player involved in this round, Abdullah Al-Shamari. Jason Shaw leading 5-3 over Johan Chua. Hona Suto has a 4-2 lead against Ralph Souquet. And the former champion Ko Pin Yi leading 5-2 against the former world runner-up, Roland Garcia. So, no clear front runner in the race to be the first through. Everyone's still got plenty of work to do. So 2 balls down off Kaci's first break of the match. None at all from his second. Let's see his third.
Oh, much better strike there. This is reminiscent of the big brother. Really flicked the top side of that 9, but the action on the balls were so pure. Look at this layout.
He's done quite a lot of the work already. Only 6 balls left for him to dispatch here.
Yeah, and this will really get you going. Come with a good shot here on the 2, 1 rail out for the 3 in the right middle if you'd like. You can play it in the lower right corner. Got to capitalize here. Oh, he had room to hold it to the left middle. Even better. 8 has plenty of room past the 9. Should be able to mark this one up. Yeah, that's something I've also noticed is this young man's break. When he hits them pure, the results are pretty staggering. Very mature for 18 years old. You mentioned it, Michael.
You see it though, don't you, with people who become big stars at such a young age in various sports. You hear them talk. There's generally a real air of someone who's been around a while and seen a bit of life, which really at the age of 18 you've not seen much, have you? But seems to have a real maturity about him. His older brother, of course, was one of the best in the world at a very young age. So very simple 9 to complete a very swift rack. 2 in a row for Kaci. He's ahead again against Tyler Styer at 4-3. Well, that rack was so short. I'm not sure a great deal has changed in any of the other matches. I do know Ralph Souquet, the champion of 28 years ago, has got one back against Hona Suto, so the Spanish player now leading 4-3 in that one. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz has won the 9th rack against Kyle Amoroto, the 21-year-old from the Philippines. So FSR hits the front at 5-4. Have you had a chance to look across to Chris Melling there, Scott? Is he still struggling to walk?
I don't know that I can see him.
Yeah, he's close enough that we can see him, but a lot of things in the way. Yap is the one at the table at the moment anyway in that match. That really will be an astonishing performance if Melling turns that 5-3 lead into a victory, given that he can hardly walk at the moment.
Well, you look at other athletes like, well, let's just use an example, Michael Jordan in the flu game, and there's a lot of different times where athletes will just rise up to the occasion when things get really bad. You know, maybe it's his time.
Tyler Styer has taken a timeout. Another score to update you on. Konrad Jusashin of Poland now leading Hungary's Oliver Szolnoki, who's had a couple of good runs in this championship in the past, by 4 racks to 3. Abdullah Al-Shamari of Saudi Arabia, one of 4 players from the home contingent still in this championship. He's got it back now to 5-3 behind against Ko Ping Han. Remember, it's 9 the target in all these early matches. Once we get to single elimination, every match will be raced to 11, except the final, which has now been increased to race to 15. It'll almost feel like having to go and win it and then win it again. And there's been so much talk about the prize fund here. It's $1 million. A quarter of that goes to the winner. And it is going to be so interesting to see towards the end of the week. The prize money differentials are absolutely massive. Way beyond what these players are normally used to playing for. Who's going to crumble in the face of that? Who will still be able to play their natural game? Just a reminder of the main matches coming up later in the afternoon on the main tables. Darren Appleton and Ko Ping Chung, both US Open champions. Appleton's been a winner of this title as well. They'll meet on the main table. On this table, it'll be a transatlantic clash between Billy Thorpe and the very promising young German Moritz Neuhausen. Another promising young European is Kaci, and he's breaking with a 4-3 lead. And again, for the third time, it's multiple balls down off the break. Just as importantly, he's got a shot at the 2. So I think he'll be more than happy with how they've settled here. Jason Shaw, the first player to 6-3 up on Johan Chua. Well, that had the look of being the key shot of this rack. If he pots that 2, gets on the 3, more likely than not it's another break and run. As it is, he's missed it, but has he had a bit of a result here? Defending champion Francisco Sanchez Ruiz has gone 2 clear now against Kyle Amoroto, 6-4.
Unlucky, Michael. He hit it pretty good. Had to land on top of that ball.
Well, it's double misfortune, really, because he was unlucky even to be hooked on the 2 anyway, off Kaci's previous shot.
I believe the 3 passes the 5 in the lower left. If not, he could play this rail first if he'd like. Definitely goes in the lower right. Even go into the ball with a low right ball. It's a little riskier. Now he's looking at the 3 to the lower right. See how he decides to play this. Only problem with hitting it like this is the cue ball could get away from you. Well, you can't do too much better than that. From where he was, very tough to control the pace of the white there.
That run he had at the Spanish Open, sometimes when you see players come through surprisingly, they've been helped along a bit by the draw. Well, not a bit of it for him in that instance. In fact, it was a tough route even to get to single elimination, including a win over Mohamed Soufi, who'd been in the world final just a few months earlier. And when he got to single elimination, beat Christos Papageorgiou. That wasn't particularly surprising in the last 64, but then that win over Styer, and he pushed Skylar Woodward pretty hard in the last 16. The American just finished strongly and won 10-5. So it wasn't a case of just being fortunate to pick his way through the draw there. He actually showed his credentials in every sense.
Yeah, I really like the way he just played this shot. You talk about keeping it simple. Most top players, they like to keep it simple. The least cue ball movement, the better. Minimizes your chances for mistakes. Yeah, a little light there. It's going to be fine. He's close to it. I was just alluding on minimizing your cue ball movement. I think he's got to go over to the long rail and back out here. We might be able to hold it from this angle, though. Yeah, he's able to hold it. Just going to take a little bit of a cut on the 8. Shouldn't be any issue.
You know, with apologies for constantly referring to the fact that he's got such a well-known older brother, you would have to say he plays at a much faster, more fluent pace than Eklund.
Yeah, I would agree. At least as of late, I've seen Eklund get into a pretty quick pace or pretty quick mode at times when he's really comfortable. He played in my room about 6 years ago and broke and ran 8 racks the entire set versus one Alex Pagulayan. Man, he just kept on with it. And that table that he broke in and run 8 racks on was 4-inch pockets as well. And that's on YouTube.
So Claudio Kaci was 2 clear at the start of the match, then fell behind, but with 3 in a row, he's now 2 ahead again of Tyler Styer at 5 racks to 3. Oliver Sholnocki and Konrad Yusushin are 4-all. So are Alexander Kazakis and Levan Corteza. Kuo Po Cheng, twice runner-up in this World Championship, leading Dmitry Yungo 4-3. Is Chris Melling going to pull off the miracle? He needs now 6-4 over Aloysius Yap. Marco Teucher is also on half a dozen racks, leads Pong Nam Pam 6-2. Dennis Grabber and Daniel Maciol have been having quite a tussle on table 9, and it's the Estonian Grabber who leads 5-4. Koping Han 6-3 up on Abdullah Al-Shamari. Jason Shaw leading Johan Chua by the same margin. Hona Suto has now gone 5-3 up on Ralph Souquet, and it's also 5-3 in favour of Kopin Yi against Roland Garcia. So you're right up to date.
Yeah, thank you for that, Michael. And highlighting Shaw and Chua, well, we all predicted, Jeremy, Carl, and myself, that Shaw would get the better of that. It still remains to be seen, but looks good.
Yeah, beat Chua, of course, on his way to the Hanoi Open title back in October.
Yeah, a little quick in the backswing there. See how quick he was there in that backswing? Timing a little bit off.
So after potting 5 balls in total from his last 2 breaks, none at all for Kaci that time. And a chance for Styer to start making something happen here as he looks to try to prevent the Albanian pulling away.
Yeah, exactly. You get the sense this is almost a must-win game for Styer. He knows it. You don't want to flirt with being 3 games down in a race to 9, especially mid-match. Yeah, pretty good beginning here. This is going to end up nice. Like to get nice and tight on this 3. Yeah, like so. Very good. Went through it, didn't decelerate at all. That's a shot that you're, in the back of your mind, you're thinking, well, I don't want to overhit it. And the next thing you know, you decelerate and leave yourself in trouble. He went through the ball nicely. Work from the 4 to the 5. He's got to get good here. Yeah, and he's He's done just fine. He can come 2 rails tight to the 3rd rail here on the lower right side. This is pretty standard for Styer. Suits his style. I wouldn't be too concerned about the other object balls. Stay focused. Wants to get off this rail. He doesn't want to end up on the rail. He doesn't want to end up straight. Thought he would come down a little further and get to this 3rd long rail. He's going to be okay. Just a little extra work. That was a situation where you really couldn't come too long, but you could come too short. Well, what a clean hit that was, Michael.
Well, it's been impressive stuff, this rack, hasn't it, from Styer so far, because as he came to the table, it's not like they were sitting in a routine fashion. He's had a few questions to answer here, and he keeps coming up with them. Really should see it out from here now and get back to only 1 behind.
Yeah, the first shot he came with on the 1 was key.
And just seems to have flowed a touch more in this than he did earlier on, and you're seeing the results of that. There were enough challenges posed by this rack without him going looking for imaginary ones. Yeah, good stuff from Tyler Styer, and he's back to only 1 behind now at 5-4. Well, for all our talk about Francisco Sanchez Ruiz and his early struggles against Kyle Amoroto, he may now be the first player through to winners qualification, because he's only a couple of racks away from victory at 7-4 now. Oliver Sholnocki 5-4 up on Konrad Yusishin. Ivan Corteza has completely turned it around to lead Alexander Kazakis 5-4. Kwo Po Cheng 1 ahead of Dmitry Yungo at 4-3. And Lucius Yap has taken rack 11 to get back to 6-5 down against Chris Melling. Marco Teucher leading 6-2 over Pong Nam Pham. No change, Dennis Grabber, Daniel Maciol still 5-4 to Grabber. Ko Ping Han 6-3 up on Abdullah Al-Shamari. Johan Chua now trails 6-4 against Jason Shaw. Ralph Souquet back to 5-4 down against Honus Suto, and Roland Garcia has won the 9th rack against Ko Pin Yi. And so Ko's lead is trimmed a little to 5-4. Day 3 of the World Championship of 2024 in Jeddah. And this will be the day when double elimination ends. We'll be down to our final 64 by tonight. And we always look out for the draw for the last 64 of these tournaments. And after that, it's just a fixed bracket all the way through. It's going to be particularly thrilling, I think, this evening, because so many good players are going to be coming through on the loser's side. Should be some dream matchups in the final 64 tomorrow. Styer breaking, 5-4 down.
Yeah, pretty good result here. Look at the 5-9 as well. 2 balls to make. Get anywhere back up in the center of the table for the 5-9. Just cinch the 3 here. You don't need to do too much. Made the 1 and 2 in the same pocket. the left middle. You cannot ask for a better opportunity than this. All of your training, all of your hard work comes down to a shot simple as this. Yeah, he put a big stroke into it, and I like the shot, but it gets him in trouble at times. It's not necessarily something you need to do there. Neither here nor there. So far, been a great response to the 5-3 lead by Kaci. And this is going to end up nice. So starting back last game with that long one ball Tyler Styer took, trailing by 2 games. Now, one combination away from tying it up. Really putting a lot of thought into this combination. It looks pretty natural. Got to cut the 4 a little. You just want to roll this ball. There's no reason to hit it hard. Oh my goodness. How do you miss this combination? Did you talk yourself out of it, Tyler Styer?
Well, there was a little bit of figuring out to do there, but I really have to emphasize the word little.
It laid pretty natural, Michael. Pretty natural. He's supposed to make that combination 10 out of 10. Not even a question. He knows it.
That's it. I mean, it wasn't one of those where you just get down and play it because you can't possibly miss it. It just had to be figured out very, very slightly. It did not merit that amount of attention, and I think you're right, he just talked himself out of it.
Yeah, I'm very surprised at that. I did mention the time he was taking on it. It didn't require that much time. You can talk yourself out of things, and this is what he does sometimes. And I'm not picking on him. I'm telling the truth.
Yeah, and I do agree, it's one of those you really should always get. And so that could be a really significant moment in the match. It was a chance for a quick kill. It would have taken Styer pretty quickly back from 5-3 down to level again. And now, a chance for Kaci to steal. Put a bit of distance between them once more.
Yeah, and you get the feeling when Kaci smells blood, he's all over it. Just gotta wonder what was going through Tyler's mind when he took so much time. If you really thought it was that difficult, then back completely off and regroup. He never did that.
And with that, Kaci has won 4 of the last 5 racks. He's 3 away from single elimination. So I told you about the defending champion Francisco Sanchez Ruiz getting to 7. It's still 7-4 against Kyle Amoroto. A couple of other players on 7 now as well. Marco Teucher 7-2 up against Pong Nam Pham. Jason Shaw leading Johan Chua 7-4. I actually think that's just gone 8-4. I'll confirm that in a moment. Oliver Shalnocky a couple of racks clear now against Konrad Yusashin at 6-4. Ivan Corteza now in front of Alexander Kazakis at 5-4. And Lucius Yap has levelled at 6-0 with Chris Melling. Hona Suto 6-4 up on Ralph Souquet, and Kopin leading Roland Garcia by the same score. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz is on the hill now, 8-4 up on Kyle Amoroto, and I can confirm Jason Shaw is also 1 rack away from victory. He leads 8-4 against Johan Chua. Yeah, I'm just looking across at Chris Melling now. Trying to come to the table against Lucius Yap, and he's moving with slightly more freedom, I think, than earlier, but it's still a struggle for him to walk. He's been to hospital already today with a big problem with his foot. He's been ahead for much of the match against Lucius Yap. It's 6-all there now. I think whatever happens, it's been a heroic effort for him. Back here, Kaci leading 6-4, make that 7-4. Oh, and I'll tell you what, Scott, however much Tyler Styer was regretting the missed combination in the previous rack, much more so now.
Well, this is what happens, Michael. We all know all too well the pool gods, they are real. The pool gods just did a little deed to Tyler Styer.
Isn't it amazing? About 4 minutes ago, let's say, Styer had a shot that you expected him to make to get level, and now he's 3 behind.
Yeah, you don't even expect. I mean, it was almost automatic. Listen, the combination was not difficult. He made it difficult. All the other shots leading up to that combination in the previous game, those were difficult. He knows it.
Should just mention, by the way, obviously winner is through to final 64. Whoever loses this gets another shot later today in losers qualification, but that will not be easy because the opponent will be Bernie Regalario, the young Philippines player.
And you bring him up, and we also brought him up at the top of the hour at the start of the show. I've expected more from Bernie since the Hanoi Open, and he just hasn't put it together like I thought he would.
So all of a sudden, Claudio Kaci is only a couple of racks away from making the final 64 of this World Championship.
Well, that's the hit he's looking for. Watch the middle. Yeah, everything's kind of gotten a little funny. 4 and 7. There's a cluster with the 6 and 9. Does he attack? You almost have a little freedom to cut at this ball due to where the 4 and 7 are. Wouldn't blame him for crossing it over and just bringing the cue ball down behind the purple. Yeah, really good. He'd like to have got him wedged right up behind the purple. Keep Tyler off that one rail kick. But if you're Styer, Michael, coming to the table 3 down, instead of an opportunity to go 1 up, if he makes the combination, he's tied and breaking, it can't feel too good.
Another player has made it to the hill, Dutchman Marco Teucher, who's been steadily improving his reputation over the last 8 months or so. Now leads Pong Nam Pham of Vietnam 8-2. And we have a winner, Jason Shaw, the Hanoi Open champion, is through. He's beaten Johan Chua by 9 racks to 4. So Shaw into the final 64.
Yeah, and that's a good sign for Shaw.
Doesn't get any easier for Chua. He now has to play 2-time winner of this championship, Albin Ocean, in losers qualification later.
Yeah, and there's another one, Michael, that I feel like just isn't at the top of his game. It's kind of been that way since the PLP. One of my favorite players to watch, Albin Ocean. I am really surprised he went that route. I know he could have at least swerved around the 5 and caught the back of the 2. Going the route he went, he took a chance in opening the 7-4 up, and that's exactly what he did. So all things going wrong for Styer. And if you really want to pin him up, which he's considering, you could wedge him right up behind this 8. Going to play the combination, Michael. Slow roll the 2. You just don't want the 2 to end up on that bottom rail. Makes things completely different.
Yeah, he's 18. He's not interested in wedging anyone up, Scott. They just want to get down and pop balls.
Concur. The only issue is, you know, the 3 being that deep, there is a little risk of following the 2 in, but he's really concerned about that 2 laying on the bottom rail. Now he's considering just taking the 2 on the top left, probably drawing out of the 3, which I think is a probably higher percentage play. Well, now he's going to have a little stretch. I'm surprised he didn't just try and stay on the right long rail, where he knows he's going to catch full ball on the 3 and draw back up towards the 4. Pink 4 in the middle of the table. And we talk about it all the time, Michael. A little tricky at times with that ball deep in the pocket like that.
Yeah, I guess it helped. He wasn't travelling from too far away with the cue ball. And so it was a fairly straightforward positional shot, but he's a good one here on the 4. Should be on the 5 if he gets it.
Yeah, just stop your ball here, really.
Yeah, been pretty effective from that sort of range throughout the match. And now that he's been so again, this is a clear chance to get to the hill.
You've got to kind of feel for Styer. He was in the driver's seat to at least tie the match up. Worked really hard to get there, too. To just let it kind of slip away. I'm not saying the match is over. But boy, it's knocking on the door. Very hard at this level to get more opportunities, especially when one like what Styer had passes you by. In my opinion, Michael, he's played solid.
Oh yeah, totally agree. Remember, he was 3-2 down. He's only lost 1 rack since then. And if he wins 1 more rack, he will be through. That is 8-4 to Kaci. He's now won 3 in a row. Carl Amoroto still hanging on against the defending champion Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. It's now 8-5 there. Credit to Abdullah Al-Shamari, one of the 4 Saudi Arabian players left in the championship, but the only one who's still undefeated. And he's giving it a real good go against Ko Ping Han. He's now got it back to 6-4 behind. Oliver Sholnocki is a couple of racks from victory. 7-5 against Conrad Yusashin. Kuo Po Cheng also closing in on a place in the final 64. Been around a long time, Kuo Po Cheng, leading Dimitri Yungo 7-3. Marco Teucher, as I said, is on the hill at 8-2 against Pong Nam Pham. Honasuto Camino 7-4 up on Ralph Suke, and Ko Pin Yi needs a couple more racks to finally shake off Roland Garcia. It's 7-5 in that one. So as it stands, Jason Shaw, the former US Open champion, is the only player through to the next round. As I was talking there, Lucius Yap has hit the front against Chris Melling. It's 7-6 in that one on table 2. So, the quest for Tyler Styer is to win all of the next 5 racks. Otherwise, he'll be back for losers qualification later.
Oh, and the 2 lays nice. Everything opened up.
And look at this. The 2 just seems to do everything but drop there. It was getting smacked all over the place, bouncing off the jewels.
Yeah, maybe the only future issue, the 7 to the 8. Maybe the 6 to the 7. But boy, pretty good layout to win this match for the 18-year-old in the shadows of his brother, Eklund Kaci. I don't think it's going to be long where he steps out of the shadow of his brother. 18 years old, folks.
How good a player were you at 18, Scott?
I just started playing pool when I was 17. So,
wow.
So I wasn't very good. Let's just put it that way. Fascinating to see these young guys. I mean, we're peering over the room, Michael and I, and you've got juniors events going on. There's kids here that are 3 foot tall that are running out. It's unbelievable to see in the direction that pool's headed in. It's a great time to be alive. It's a great time to be a pool player. Shout out to Matchroom and everything they've done. They are pioneering the way for play in America and all over the globe.
Well, you might say at the end of a match like this that Tyler Styer will have nightmares about that 4-9 combination he missed in the 10th rack when he had a chance to level. But of course, he won't have time for nightmares because he's got another match to play later today, and it's going to be against another of the exciting youngsters in the game, Bernie Regalario. He's got to win it to stay in the World Championship. All assuming, of course, that Kaci finishes the job here. But it looks pretty inevitable now, Scott.
It sure does, Michael, and you've got to give all the credit to Kaci. He stayed solid all the way through, no matter what's happened. I feel like he was clearly the better player this match. I'm impressed with him. Very impressed.
Early on, all the indications were that this was going to be a very close contest. It may well have been if Styer had made the 4-9 combo in rack 10. But as it is, from 3-2 down, Kaci has won 7 of the next 8 racks. He's finished it off with a run of 4 in a row. And with that, Kaci defeats the US Mosconi Cup player Tyler Styer by 9 racks to 4. And he is through to the final 64 single elimination stage of this World Championship. We will be back with Billy Thorpe and Moritz Neuhausen in just a few minutes' time.
seen plenty of perspiration. Now we're seeing inspiration.
Listen to the noise. This is to tie the match up.
It all would have been there for him. He's done it! And it would be the shot of the tournament.
Magnificent, marvellous, magical.
And welcome back to Wednesday in Jeddah, day 3 of the 2024 World Championship, where the players are already out there for our next match, where it's Neuhausen of Germany against the experienced American Billy Thorpe. They're having their practice racks at the moment, and while that's going on, I'll tell you what else is going on. The defending champion, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, had early struggles against the young Philippines player, Kyle Amoroto, but in the end, FSR is through. A winner by 9 racks to 5. Victory also for the Dutch player Marco Teucher, 9-2 over Vietnam's Quang Nam Pham. And if you were with us a few minutes ago, you'll know that Jason Shaw and Claudio Kaci are also both through to the single elimination stage. Kuo Po Cheng, the only player who's been in the final of this championship more than once without ever winning it, is a rack away from victory. 8-3 he leads Dimitri Jungo. Oliver Sholnocki just ahead of Konrad Yusashin, 7-6. Levan Corteza has really turned it around. He was falling a bit behind early on against Alexander Kazakis, but he now leads 7-4. Chris Melling, who, as you may also know, if you were with us a little earlier, is struggling to walk today and has been to hospital this morning, is really putting in a heroic innings against Lucius Yap. He's just won the 15th rack to get back to only 8-7 behind. Ko Ping Han is on the hill at 8-5 against Abdullah Al-Shamari. Dennis Graba of Estonia, He's been involved in a really close one all the way against Poland's Daniel Maciol. It's Grabber leading 7-6 at the moment. Hona Suto Camino 7-5 up on Ralph Souquet. And Ko Pin Yi, winner of this championship 9 years ago, is on the hill at 8-5 against Roland Garcia. So swiftly back into the action, and Scott Frost alongside me, Michael McMullen. And we got a glimpse there of your compatriot Billy Thorpe. Scott, he's another player who you feel probably hasn't achieved as much in the game yet as he potentially could.
No, I can't disagree there, but what I will say is Billy's made a lot of personal changes in his life over the last, 5 or 6 months, maybe a little longer than that. I think he's playing overall the best pool of his career. I actually know he's in the best mindset that he's been in the last decade. So I'd look for Billy, it doesn't have to be this event, but to your point, I look for Billy to start shining a little bit more. Definitely has the talent, but more so, he's full of heart. The young man has no give up. He understands the game, understands its tactical side of it. Bank's as good as anybody on the planet. I think he's the best bank pool player in the world. I know we're not playing that game, but it does come up.
Yeah, he's been a Mosconi Cup player. He has also played for the USA in the World Cup. And speaking of the World Cup, Moritz Neuhausen really shone at that last summer in Spain, part of the Germany team that got to the final, along with his good pal Joshua Filler. And Scott, us old guys, we like to talk about the youngsters and say sometimes they don't have the personality and the friendliness. Well, talk to Moritz Neuhausen. He is just one of the nicest lads you could ever possibly meet.
Yeah, Moritz, pure class. You don't walk by him. If he knows you, you can't walk by him without him saying hello or stopping you and wanting to talk to you. Great young man. And absolutely loaded with talent. For the most part, on this table, I've seen them come short on the lag, and there's another look at it. Thorpe going to get the green light.
So again, it's a race to 9 to get through to single elimination.
Michael, I've got to touch on this before the match starts. We were out in Louisiana. Shout out to Tony Bloom and Julie Bloom, and they were behind Billy Thorpe. Billy played one pocket for literally about 14 straight days. We've touched on that on the main show many times. It is a different stroke. It is a different game. Rotation much more fluid, fast-paced. The adjustment's real. You have to make that adjustment. I'm wondering if he's starting to settle in.
Yeah, interesting one this. A player who's been around for a while, but as we say, hasn't quite done as much in the game as we might have anticipated by now, against a youngster very much on the rise. And it's the older of the two, Billy Thorpe, who starts us off.
Yeah, just short with the one. Maybe a bit thin. We have seen if they're going to miss the one on the break, it's typically the short side. 7 hanging up. Nothing easy here, including the rollout. If you decide to make a push, Michael, if you'd like, I'll explain the push. The push is where your opponent calls a rollout or push. He gets to roll the cue ball anywhere he would like. The oncoming player has the option to take it from where it lies or give it back. And that's what Moritz is doing. Now this is where Billy shines, in my opinion. He really understands the moving side of the game. I guess I would rephrase that. He understands it a little bit more so than the typical rotation player, even at the elite level. Going to see a few more shots than some of the other guys. Well, did he get there, or did he get unlucky and find the gap? A little smirk and laugh from Billy. That tells me there is a gap there. Pretty hard to do. Very hard to elaborate on what's going to happen here. It's hard to tell exactly how much of this one he can hit. Not bad.
Billy Thorpe from Ohio, 27 years of age, number 55 in the world rankings.
Wild to me that he is only 27. I've mentioned this in the past. It seems like he's been around at least 2 decades. And that would mean he was 7 years old. So how is that possible? But it just seems like he's been around forever. Or it's going to the air. Two a little awkward over here by the 9. Cue ball going the wrong direction for him. Isn't the worst case scenario for Thorpe, actually. Yeah, and this is why you had to do a lot with it. Got fortunate he didn't catch a piece of the 5 there. He's going to be completely eclipsed on the 2.
Another winner to tell you about. Lucius Yap has finished strongly to beat Chris Melling, 9-7. But what a heroic effort from Melling, who earlier today when I saw him, I thought he's not going to be able to play. He could barely walk. He's been to hospital today already. They've given him something for the issues with his foot. He managed to get out and play and put up a great fight. Not sure we gave you the Marco Teutcher outcome. He beat Puong Nam Pham 9-2, so he's also among the early winners. And so is Ko Pin-Yi, the winner of this championship in 2015. Strong finish to beat Roland Garcia, a former World Championship runner-up, by 9 racks to 5.
Yeah, well, Moritz has done very well with the cue ball here. Thorpe with a long tester out of the gate. Not really a shot anybody's wanting to shoot out of the gate. He's kind of got to roll this ball. But there is value. If he gets it down, they lay pretty good. Yeah, well struck. Cue ball needs to stay up. He's done pretty good there, Michael. That was not an easy shot. That's a good sign if you're in the Thorpe camp. And he's just going to go forward here due to the position of the 7 hanging. Oof, caught that a little thin. Didn't want to be quite this straight either because this 4 can drop down onto the short rail. So he might have to hit this with a little more speed. Scary rolling this ball. Oh, he used the 6. Very good. Very good. So far, Thorpe looking solid. First shot, the opener on the 2, told me a lot.
Yeah, he's been around quite some time. I think his best days really in 9-ball were sort of 2017, 2018. Started winning a number of the smaller events around the US. He was actually one of the top 10 money winners in the world in 2019. Then, like so many others, his progress was halted for a while by COVID.
Yeah, I think his best days are yet to come as well in his 9-ball game and in all the other games. It's really made a big change in his life in a personal way. Not going to elaborate on it, but it's really changed his mindset on things. Very proud of him. He's doing a great job, doing a lot for himself and a lot for others in the United States. You can't deny somebody that puts in the work and makes changes to better themselves.
Yeah, and you know, we talk about how long he's been around. He was only 21 when he made the Mosconi Cup team for the first time and played 4 in a row, 2 of them on winning teams. Hasn't played now, though, since the COVID Mosconi, as we call it, in Coventry in 2020. And he has played in a World Cup along with his great mate Skylar Woodward for the USA 3 years ago. Beaten by the Philippines in the last 16 after defeating Australia in the first round. But this is very encouraging stuff in the opening rack from Billy Thorpe. He leads Moritz Neuhausen 1-0. Kuo Po Cheng, 2-time World Championship finalist, has advanced with a 9-3 win over Dimitri Jungo. Oliver Shalnocki is on the brink, 8-7 up against Konrad Yusashin. Lee Van Corteza needs a couple more, leading Alexander Kazaka 7-5. Ko Ping Han just needs one more, but Abdullah Al-Shamari is still hanging on at 8-6. It's 8-6 for Hansuta. And another winner to tell you about is Denis Graba of Estonia, who has defeated Poland's Daniel Maciol by 9 racks to 6. Waiting for an official to come and rack the balls. No, there is a ref standing just out of shot there.
Yeah, I don't really know what's going on.
I mean, generally the racking of the balls is pretty much the main thing for these guys who are across a few different tables.
Here comes Marcel.
Yeah, Marcel Eckhart, the senior referee here, has been called in. My best guess from what I'm looking at is that there's some issue with the racking template.
Well, that's very possible.
Yeah, that is Marcel, whose back you can see there.
Well, he is looking a bit confused as well, so there must be something going on to what you just said.
Well, the ref is now approaching the table with the racking template and getting things going, but sure, Billy Thorpe, having played so well in that first rack, just want to get swiftly on with the next one and keep that momentum going. Could have done without this delay.
Yeah, well pointed out. That's actually very true.
Shane Van Bonin has got another one on the board against Francesco Candela, so 2-0 there now.
Good sign for SVB. I think the further he gets into this tournament, the better he dials that break in, the more dangerous he's going to be. And he's shaking off that jet lag, probably into around day 5 or 6 for him being here. Got to get past day 3 and 4. Well, he's done that.
Well, we saw that the year he won it, that the break just got better and better. I know our colleague Jeremy Jones had a big part in that because the two of them were talking a lot that week and going off for meals together, and Jeremy really helped him along the way in that regard. 1-0 to Billy Thorpe.
Oh, that's a great sign. He caught the 9 well. What's the 2 do? Still a great sign. Can't hit him much better than that. Got a tough kiss back to the lower middle pocket.
Just to wrap up another match, I'm not sure I gave you the final result on this, but anyway, either way, to confirm, Ko Pin-Yi has won 9-5 against Roland Garcia. Every chance that all 3 of the Ko brothers could feature in the final 64. Ko Ping-chung 3-0 up on Darren Appleton, and Ko Ping-han just looking for one more to see off Abdullah Al-Shamari. 8-6 there.
Yeah, he's using the 6 and 8 here. Very aware. I'll go ahead and say it now. I don't know how the outcome of this match will be. It'll be a huge win if Thorpe happens to get Moritz. But I think Billy Thorpe would be a great asset to Team USA this year. I do know that his game is at the best it's probably been in a long time, if ever. Oh, and he's dunked it straight into the middle, Michael. A little surprising there. Almost like he decelerated just a bit, but really, probably just aimed a fraction long. To get below this pink 4, definitely to get up for the 5. Don't want to take any chances though. He wants to, at worst you can play the pink 4 on the top left. Well, the speed's okay. Another rotation or 2. He doesn't want to have to come around table, and that's what I was meaning by that. If he comes a little too far, he can play the 5 in the top, the 4 in the top left. Here he's come a fraction short, so this is a little awkward. Did he get the love rub or not? Body language tells me he did. Big risk coming around into the 8 like that.
Thorpe defeated one of the Saudi Arabians to get here. 9-2 winner over Ahmed Al-Jabbar.
I saw a little elbow drop there. Needs to stay through the ball. Billy known to have a little body movement at times. I like what he's doing here, regrouping. Knows he just needs to get this down. Good sound to it.
Yeah, I think everything so far is sounding and, more importantly, looking very good for Billy Thorpe in these early exchanges. Looking to make the single elimination stage for the second matchroom event in a row. Got there in the UK Open, lost to Jeffrey Ignacio in the last 64. Well, you can't argue with that. A very good rack put together by Billy Thorpe. And he leads Moritz Neuhausen by 2 racks to 0. Another winner to report. Ko Ping Han has finally shaken off Abdullah Al-Shamari by 9 racks to 6. So that means there will be 4 Saudi Arabia players in losers qualification later today. Albert Manis, young Philippines player, has won the opener against Chang Yung Lin, who's got a good history in this championship. Chang Yu Lung has taken the first against Fu Che Wei, who's also done well in the World Championship in the past. Hona Suto on the hill at 8-6 against Ralph Souquet. And Lee Van Corteza has really turned it around. He had a bit of a struggle early on against Alexander Kazakis, but he's ended up winning 9-5 and is through.
Yeah, that Manis Chang Jung Lin match. Boy, really like to be watching that right now as well.
2-0 then to Thorpe.
Once again, breaking the balls well. Didn't want the 2 to drop. Does the 3 come out enough? I think it did. He's going to have another tester, Michael, to start this rack off. If he even wants to entertain it. Man, that 5 looks like a pretty big ball. Hard to tell from our view whether he can see this ball or not. Calling a push immediately. Moritz last year winning a rankings event at Jason Shaw's room in Connecticut. This would be a big win for Thorpe. I feel like this match would really get his confidence back where it needs to be.
Yeah, and as Moritz Neuhausen comes to the table, how well did he play to win that tournament in Connecticut? Beat some very good players, Shane Van Boning, Ko Ping Chung. He had a 9-0 win against David O'Cady, in which at one stage he had 7 successive break-and runs. It all culminated in victory over Chang Yu Lung in the final, his first world ranking title. He's since added another, and I've taken the trouble earlier today, Scott, to speak to someone from Colombia to clarify exactly how you pronounce this. The tournament he won was the Medellin Open.
The Medellin Open?
Yeah. It's a couple of L's, so you wouldn't have thought it would be pronounced that way, but I have been assured by Laura, our makeup lady, who's from Colombia.
Laura.
Yeah, the Medellin Open was the tournament he won back in February, so 2 ranking events to his name now.
Nice. Yeah, that event he played in Jason Shaw's room, man, he played fabulous. I remember thinking, who is this guy? Nice stroke Thorpe put on that ball as well, killing that cue ball to the top rail. Hard to tell if the 3 passes the 7. It doesn't look like it does. So he's looking to possibly come over here behind the 5 and 9. Difficult to control the 3. Oh, he's coming all the way up, so he's changed his mind. He's got a good little rub off the 7, I believe. Must be able to flick the edge of the 3. Oh, you just don't want to catch it too thick. Oh, this looks pretty good. Did he find the gap again? He sure did. You could hear Thorpe say, perfect. This is a great strike from there. That'll give you an idea of the quality of play that Moritz is capable of. Not easy at that distance to measure that pace and have such an accurate hit on the 3. For me, even though it was a safety so far, that's the shot of the match. hand, Michael.
Yeah, and a chance for Neuhausen to finally get started in this match. That ranking title he won in Connecticut back in September came a week after he'd been just one rack away from winning another world ranking tournament in New Jersey, beaten in a hill finish in the final by Carlo Beato. Such a good year for him, 2023. Ended up with almost $100,000 in prize money, which was almost 6 times better than he'd ever won in a year before. He's been around a while already, you know. He was only 17 when he got through to single elimination of the World Championship for the first time. That was 2021. Then he got to the last 32 of it the following year, and was again in the last 32 of the World Championship in Poland last year, when he was narrowly defeated by one of the strong home contingent, Viktor Zielinski.
Making quick work of this, starting out with ball in hand. Another fast-paced player, deadly accurate.
And the 20-year-old from Germany strokes in the 9, gets his first rack on the board. Billy Thorpe's lead is now 2-1. Oliver Szolnoki of Hungary was 2 racks away from a place in the World Championship final 3 years ago. And he's into the single elimination stage this time. He's beaten Konrad Yusashin by 9 racks to 7. Jonas Suto of Spain has also advanced with a 9-6 win over the champion of 28 years ago, Ralph Souquet. So all of the matches from the first lot of matches in winners' qualification are now completed. We're well into the next lot, and Ko Ping Chung, the US Open champion, is now 4-0 up on the very experienced British player Darren Appleton. Francesco Candela has opened his account, now trails the champion of 2022, Shane Van Boning, by 2 racks to 1. It's 1-1 between Chang Yong Lin and Albert Manis. And also level at 1-1, Chang Yulong and Fu Che Wei. Still quite a few matches to get underway, but they'll all be in progress very soon. First look at the Neuhausen break.
Yeah, he's going to go in the drink there. Little redemption for Thorpe. Ball in hand to start this rack out. Got a pretty brutal kiss there, Moritz did. Actually hit those balls nicely. Look at the clusters. 2 clusters of 3 here down low. The 8-2-6. The 9-4-7. Going to remove the 2 now, most likely. Very rarely will you see these guys play safe with ball in hand in an open table. Is that a situation here? 5, a little tricky with the 7, but Thorpe, he knows to stay aggressive. Pretty cute play to go into the 4 like this. I'd say the only trouble is the 5-7. If he gets past that, should be smooth sailing. This looks a little thinner than it did from this angle. I like what he's done, though. He can come around 2 rails and get nice and tight on this combination. Or is he too thin to where he's almost going towards the top side of the 6? If he is, he might draw 1 rail out of this. And I think that's what his concern is. He does. And that's why this. Very nice. Very.
Talking earlier about those ranking events at Neuhausen. The 2.5 years or so that the world ranking system has been around. Such of last year, the McDermott Classic, and on the American scene, that got, as you know, as well as Skylar Woodward in the final. It all finished at 12 minutes.
Looking good. Billy Thorpe looking real good.
Yeah, I've seen him play many times, obviously, and so often he can be quite erratic. He can look good at times and then just needlessly run out of position or miss an easy ball and get a bit hot under the collar. This looks like a very different version of Billy Thorpe, and he's backing up everything you said about him at the start of the match, Scott, that he's changed his ways in many respects. He's playing well, and he certainly started this match well. He leads Moritz Neuhausen 3-1. Ko Ping Chung continuing his wonderful start against Darren Appleton. It's now 5-0 in that. Victor Zielinski's taken the opener against Jan van Lierop. Robbie Capito, winner of the UK Open in Telford last month, has also won the first rack against Shane Wolford, who made his Mosconi Cup debut for the US back in December. And Chang Yu Lung is 2-1 up on Fu Che Wei. Be interesting to see in a little while how Mustafa Alnar gets on after his wonderful win over Fedor Gorst, looking to follow that up against the British player Elliot Sanderson. Likes of Mario He, Max Lechner, Michael Feliciano, Joshua Filler, all still to start out their matches in this round.
Well, he's a bit short there. Might have been a bit quick in the backswing. He's got a ball down. 4, 3 rails straight into the middle. Speaking of straight in, he's pretty straight on this 1. 2, laying in a pretty good position. He might be able to go forward. I can't tell if he can cheat this. Yeah, you can also force draw it back, but any type of deceleration, you've got a lot of cover there with the 3. Might just roll forward here. And this is what I like about Billy Thorpe. He'll take what the table gives him. And versus, and I'm not knocking him, but versus a player like Tyler Styer, who might try and elevate, draw the cue ball back out to the center of the table. I think Tyler's benefit is if he just kind of tones his style down a little bit, simplify his game, could help him going forward. But good decision by Thorpe here. And what a strike that was on the blue 2. If that gives you any idea of the confidence in Thorpe. No body movement there. Cue ball directly back in line. Sending a message. to Moritz. He's fallen a little straighter than he'd liked.
It's still a relatively early stage of the match, Scott, but this is as well as I've seen Billy Thorpe play in a really, really long time.
Yeah, and I'm pretty close to Billy. Like I said, the people that sponsor me were kind of behind him the last couple of weeks. Everybody in the States pretty aware Billy playing the best pool of his career right now.
Well, of course, normally when we say something like that, you can pretty much guarantee the player we're talking about is going to miss something easy within the next few seconds. But it didn't happen for Billy Thorpe there. Break and run in the 5th rack. And Moritz Neuhausen would have gone into this match as a clear favourite. He's over 40 places ahead of Billy Thorpe in the world rankings. But it's all going the way of the man from Ohio at the moment. He leads by 4 racks to 1. Now, just to wrap up on the matches that have already been completed today in winners' qualification, obviously the winners of those are through to the final 64. We'll find out later today who they will face. But it also means the losers of those matches now know who they will take on in losers' qualification, which will be coming up later this evening. And we have some wonderful matches in prospect there. Karl Nadeberg against Ralph Souquet. Well, that's about as big an age gap as you'll ever see in this championship between two players. Tyler Styer faces young Philippines player Bernie Regalario. And how about this? 2 World Cup winners, Alban Ocean against Johan Chua. We've also got an all-British clash between Imran Majid and Chris Melling. Combined age about 100 there, I think.
Well, I wouldn't say too much, Michael. I think that's
pretty similar for you and I, yeah.
Yeah, another good sign. Cue ball came low. I can't tell if it got a kiss. We'll see on the replay. But boy, the 1. Yeah, and he did get the kiss off the bottom of the 9. Want to catch a 9 a little thicker. But let's remember, in game number 1, Thorpe came with a long and tough 2-ball. This, a bit easier. He's going to have to force follow this. Get down here for the pink. I do believe he's up for the challenge. Great view right here. Watch the body movement. Oh, he's turned it down. Look at the result. Needs it to get up. Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty mature play. I think Moritz is going to, at minimum, make a good hit here. He's looking at kicking the ball in. I'm surprised Billy didn't take that on. Obviously, you can't fault a player for the decision they make, and I like the shot. Let's just see if it ends up working out for him. Felt like Billy was a pretty good favorite to make that 3 and get down here. Yeah, so Moritz felt good about that, Michael, and actually felt like he could make it, and you could see that he felt like he could make it. And I think this is tougher than the initial 3 that Billy had. But you can't fault him. He's playing good. Mindset's in the right place. You just don't want to get in that position where you start to second guess your decisions, right? Billy's been in that aggressive mode since the start of the match. He's executed everything to perfection. Don't overthink yourself. Don't talk yourself into playing a ball on the defensive end that you know you can make on the offensive end. And I can't fault him here. He knew he could completely wedge him up on the purple 5. And Moritz going to need a get out of jail free card, Michael.
Yeah, and walking to the table and finding yourself in a position like this only adds to the inevitable sense of frustration when you've not really got stuck into a match yet and your opponent is already racing away from you.
And that's going to earn Billy the right to ball in hand. So, the decision was clearly the correct decision that Billy made early on.
As I said, Neuhausen would have gone into this match as the favourite. You could probably argue Thorpe is in that position now, but certainly if he goes 5-1, no question he'd be the favourite to win from there, and he's got the opportunity here to get to that state of affairs.
Yeah, and I think the people in the know, if they were to make a line on this match and Moritz was a 3 or 4-1 favorite, I couldn't have waited to get to the window and bet on the man at the table, because I know how good he's playing.
Just want to complete what I was talking about there ahead of this rack, just looking at some of the standout matches in losers qualification coming up later today. There were a couple of others that stood out. The only 2 Greeks ever to play for Europe in the Mosconi Cup, Alexander Kazakis and Nikos Economopoulos, will face each other for a spot in single elimination. And how about this for Kyle Amoroto up against Francisco Sanchez Ruiz earlier? Now he's got to play Fedor Gorst to stay in the championship. How about that? You get through your first round, you feel you've got 2 hits to make the final 64, and then you find the first of them is against the world number 1, and the next one is against the world number 2.
And it's just steady it goes for Thorpe. Just no look of waver for the young man.
Simply wonderful stuff from Billy Thorpe. He is at the absolute top of his game, and he now leads Moritz Neuhausen by 5 racks to 1. 3 in a row for the man from Ohio. Now let's get some scores elsewhere in this round. 1-1 between the 2 Americans, BJ Ussery and Hunter Lombardo. Mark Bijsterbosch, Spanish Open runner-up last summer, has taken the first against Aydin Pikniak of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Shane Van Boning has won a couple in a row to lead Francesco Candela 4-1. It's 2-2 between Chang Yung Lin, former world runner-up, and Albert Manis. Pius Labutas, UK Open semi-finalist last month, has taken the first off James Aranis. Victor Zielinski racing away into a 3-0 lead over Jan van Lierop. Robbie Capito 2-1 up on Shane Wolford. 1-1 between Alexa Pechelge and Anton Raga. And Fu Che Wei leads Chang Yu Lung 3-2. And you know, Ko Ping Chung has got such a reputation for putting together massive runs of racks. And Lucius Yap and Fedor Gorst both found that on the last day of the US Open last year. Darren Appleton is finding it today because he trails against Ko Ping Chung 6-0. Back to this one.
Yeah, he's lost the cue ball there. Caught him a little bit heavy. It's the first time we've seen that. Does have a shot on the 2, I believe. And look at the 4-9. This could be a huge moment in the match. This is a shot hard to turn down. A great look at the 2. And there was the body movement. Not an easy shot by any means. And if you were going to see any body movement, it was going to be there. But this could be a big moment in the match.
Yeah, well, when you're 5-1 down and your opponent's playing really well, clearly you've got to start making something happen. And really, the way this is going, you feel it pretty much has to be now for Neuhausen. Thorpe is looking like someone who's absolutely overflowing with confidence, and it's only going to build if he gets much further ahead. So big moments these for the young German.
Yeah, I think this is really the first ball Thorpe's missed. So if the German can capitalize here, things can change. Oh yeah, very clean. What's this gonna do? Ooh, that's a good flick for Thorpe. Not so good for Moritz. Got to wonder what's going through his mind here. I don't really know what he's got. Doesn't look to me like he's got a pocket anywhere except for maybe the left middle. Trailing 5-1, you hate to play a defensive shot. I don't know what else he can do. Is he looking to cut this ball? Wow. He's overcut the ball, so it did lay to where it carried position. Thorpe at the table. This has ended a little funny as well. And I think he's got to cut this towards the middle. Looking to the corner. Yeah, he's overcut it. So that's 2 balls in a row, Michael, that he's missed. Neither ball easy. But will that affect him?
I guess to a large extent that depends on whether Neuhausen can make that one count in his favour. I've said Thorpe sometimes in the past has shown a bit of frustration, got a bit hot under the collar. Hasn't really arisen so far in this match because he's been playing so well and not really missing anything. Now he has missed a couple of balls, as you rightly say, not easy ones.
I'm a bit surprised how Moritz just played this last ball. This has already gotten tricky again. Yeah, Thorpe been known. He's had a little bit of a temper in the past. Really just gets frustrated with himself at times. I haven't seen much of that, if any, in the last 5 or 6 months. Also works to his good side. He can pump himself up real well, too. Oh, this is a nice hit.
And we've seen that in Mosconi's, haven't we? At times when he's just been bouncing around the place, loving being out there. I'd love to see what would happen with Billy Thorpe if he was involved in a big semi-final or final in one of these major events. You just sense that if he was playing in any way well, which clearly he would be to get that far, he would absolutely relish that environment.
Yeah, and that's why I think he's an asset to the actual team of Team USA. I really think the team needs somebody that's got that extra push, somebody that's got that big heart, can carry them guys with a lot of confidence, and that is for sure Billy Thorpe. But neither here nor there, Moritz moving forward.
Really, really needed that. Billy Thorpe missed a couple of balls in that rack. Moritz Neuhausen has made it count. Still got a lot of work to do here to turn this around. He's 5-2 behind. Kaci, UK Open champion last year, has been in the semi-finals of the World Championship in the past, has taken the opener against Mickey Krause, who got to the last 16 of the UK Open last month. BJ Ussery 2-1 up on Hunter Lombardo in the All-American clash. Ko Ping Chung now leads Darren Appleton 7-0. 3 racks on the spin for Shane Van Boning. 5-1 now, he leads Francesco Candela. Chang Young Lin 3-2 up on the youngster Albert Manis. 1-1 between Piers Labutus and James Aranis. Victor Zielinski's added another one, so now leads Jan van Lierop of the Netherlands 4-0. Robbie Capito 3-1 up on Shane Wolford. Anton Raga 2-1 ahead of Alexa Pechelge. Fu Che Wei leading Chang Yun Lung by 3 racks to 2. And that is pretty much everything that's going on here in Jeddah right now. Neuhausen's only previous break in this match, he scratched from it. Better outcome this time. But how much better?
Yeah, and he's going to be forced to push. Completely covered on the 2. Life is good for Thorpe. So clearly looking, he'll turn this one down on if he can. It was really good there. That cue ball being froze to the top rail. That'll have a lot to do with Bill. And this is why he's turned it back. Yeah, pretty good. Probably want to catch it a fraction thinner just to get up and tight behind the 5. Good news for Moritz is that the 7 is there that'll hold the 2 back. So Billy's got to figure something out. He might go up table with the cue ball kicking the backside of the 2. Maybe try and use the 4 as cover if possible. Ideally, kick the 2 towards the 9 and slide up. Well, he's looking at that now. Slide up behind the 4. A lot going on there, though. Scratch is possible on the top right. Let's see what he's got in mind. Yeah, I think that's what he had in mind. He caught it too fat. Did he get away with it? I don't know, Michael.
Yeah, I don't think he has.
Yeah, and this could get a different tone quickly.
Had a close one to get to this stage. Moritz Neuhausen played Emil Andre Gangflo, the sole Norwegian in the field in the previous round, and was pushed hard before coming through 9-7.
I think that's one of the coolest names I've heard so far, Gangflow.
Emile Andre Gangflow, yeah, you could say that all day, couldn't you?
Yeah, it's just really kind of a cool name.
Had a great Spanish Open last year, got to the last 16 and was beaten by the eventual champion, Dang Junhui, who played so well here last night.
Oh, he sure did. And look at this. If you don't think this young man's comfortable, he just stays comfortable. So steady over the ball. Trailing 5-2 and exudes confidence. Like to catch a piece of the 9 here. And like to have caught it a bit fuller. Now he's got a little extra work to do with the cue ball. These Euros all seem to be so much better with the bridge than the Americans. Oh, he's gotten into it well. Very well.
And this is why we were saying earlier that while Thorpe had the momentum and had a bit of a lead going, he had to really make the most of it and get as far ahead as he could, because we suspected once Neuhausen started to get into things, he'd start to play very well. Now, credit to Thorpe, he did build a big lead at 5-1, but just opened the door a little for Neuhausen. Missed a couple of balls that weren't easy ones in the previous rack. Gave Neuhausen the chance to get his arm going. And the German has carried that forward into this rack, which he's now 2 balls away from winning. And with that 9, now only 2 behind, it's 5-3 to Thorpe. Well, you don't tend to see many whitewashes at this stage of the championship, but we've had one. Ko Ping Chung, the US Open champion, has beaten Darren Appleton, the winner of the World Championship 12 years ago, by 9 racks to 0.
Wow.
It's another run of many racks in a row for Ko Ping Chung, isn't it, Scott? We were in Atlantic City last September for the US Open, and we saw Ko finish off with 4 in a row against Lechner in the quarters,
yes.
11 in a row, all 11 against Aloysius Yap in the semis,
yes.
and then from behind in the final against Gorst, 10 in a row. He really seems to be the ultimate player for getting on a roll and just reeling off rack after rack. And he has blown away Darren Appleton there. The British player will now face Patrick Gonzalez of the Philippines in losers qualification later today. Francesco Candela, we always knew he'd be up against it against Shane Van Boning, but he has managed to win the 7th rack. Still a long way behind though. It's 5-2 to the American. And speaking of Americans, 2 of them playing each other on table 4. BJ Ussery, who's got a great chance to finally nail down that Mosconi debut this year, leads Hunter Lombardo 3-1.
Moritz needs to get a shot here. Looks like he might. Yeah, and he's going to come away with one on the 2. Not a bad one to start out. It's going to be a cut. Got a little traffic to deal with the black 8. We could go back to when Billy had the 2 ball. Long 2 ball out of the corner. It was after the break. The 4-9 combination was wired into the lower left. If Billy makes it, he goes ahead 6-1. Well, since then, it's been all Moritz. Now he's made contact with the 8, but he's contacted the right side of it. And everything looking rosy.
Being German, he would have loved to have played in the World Masters in his home country back in April. Only narrowly missed out on making the 14 players who got in off the world rankings and didn't get a wild card. If the field was being picked now, he'd be in, because he's up to number 14 in those world standings. It's an improvement of 4 places since the start of the year.
Yeah, he wants to carry an angle here. Probably just go forward a fraction. Very nice. Come to the short side of the 6. That above just wants to stay above the graphics here. Flatter than he'd expected, I think. A problem. Yeah, and that's why he's taking this extra time. Maybe a little quick on that 5. No. That sound tells him he hit it pure.
Well, what a high-quality match this has turned into, Scott. Billy Thorpe, irresistible in those first 6 racks, and since then, Neuhausen, having been sitting down for so much of that early part of the match, has found his flow and his rhythm very quickly. And he'll now be breaking in the next rack with a chance to level this match. Thorpe's lead now trimmed to 5-4. Eklund Kaci is 2-1 up on Mickey Kraus. Mark Boisterbosch has a 2-1 lead over Aydin Pikniak. Chang Young Lin, who was a couple of racks away from winning this championship a few years ago, leads Albert Manis 4-3. James Aranis now 3-1 up on Piers Labutus. Victor Zielinski's added another one and leads Jan van Lierop 5-0 now. Robbie Capito also on 5 against Shane Wolford. That one is 5-1. Alexa Pechelge and Anton Raga, both of whom had a standout performance in a big field matchroom event last year. They're level at 2-all. Fu Che Wei going well at 5-2 against Chang Yu Lung. Ali Al Obaidli of Qatar has taken the first against Michael Feliciano of the Philippines. Liu Riteng and Petri Makinen, both of whom had a wonderful UK Open. They're level at 1-all. Max Lechner's taken the first against Amir Ali of Iraq. And Mustafa Alnar, who pulled off that shock win over Fedor Gorst yesterday, leads Elliot Sanderson of Britain by 1 rack to 0.
Well, there's the break again. Ooh, he's got a pretty... Well, I didn't think it was going to be a good kiss, but it's turned out to be okay where the blue 2s ended up. Take another look. The 3 coming out of nowhere, crashing into the white. Now he's got to manage going into the 3 here. Wow, that's turned out really good for him. That could have gone sideways quickly. Caught the 3 a lot thinner than I think he wanted to, because he went into the 6 as well. Speaking of the 6, it's not straightforward. Work to do to tie this match up. And we could go back, Michael. I did mention it when it was 5-1. I said this could be a big turning point. If Billy didn't get that 2 down, he could have played a defensive shot. Hard to do in that situation. I don't fault him. But it turns out he misses 2 balls in a row. Neuhausen at the table to tie this match up. Can he stay up there around where the purple is now to cut the 6? Body language tells me he can. Sure doesn't look like it from here, but clearly not an issue.
Yeah, I'm actually looking across at the table, and it looks more promising from that angle. And the wonderful standard of this match continues.
Yeah, and I actually believe that there's more balls missed by Thorpe. He missed 2 balls in a row, really, that stand out to me. That's all I've seen.
Well, I think most people would have made Moritz Neuhausen favourite at the start of this match. That probably changed when Billy Thorpe was 5-1 up. But with all the momentum behind him, having won 4 racks in a row, and with the match now level, you would have to say Neuhausen has gone favourite again. It's 5-all.
Well, this is a good opportunity for Billy Thorpe to show who he really is. Leading 5-1. Now 5 apiece. Just wait for your opportunity.
But isn't that the frustration of Nineball? He might not get much of an opportunity.
He might not, but if it comes, he's got to be prepared. It doesn't look negative to me. It looks okay. Moritz actually looking a lot more antsy right at the moment than he had earlier on. Obviously the adrenaline pumping good for him right now.
You know, you hope when matches get put on the main tables at these events, particularly the very biggest events where you might have a more casual audience, you want to see a show being put on, a real showcase of how good the game can be. And I think it's fair to say these two are doing exactly that right now. It's a wonderful contest, the highest of quality, and it's a race to 4 from here.
Oh, the one rockets into the middle. Cue ball is going to be clear. He's got to look at the 2. Boy, looking live at the table on this. This is too steep to take on. At least the cut, anyway. Yeah, I was going to say maybe take a little bit more time. This is kind of a important moment in the match. Looks to me like he's considering wedging him up down there behind the 8 with the cue ball. Is the bank available to the lower left corner and go up there behind the 4? Could he play a 2-way? Interesting. Yeah, interesting. Is it his turn to leave the gap? No, I believe he has. Well, if Billy can see this to make it, he's got to commit. You need to change the flow of things. He's going to leak it out.
Just keeping an eye on your compatriot and good friend Shane Van Boning. He was 5-1 up against Francesco Candela, but the Italian has won a couple of racks in a row, so it's a close enough contest now. 5-3 to SVB.
And I'm kind of wondering, just thinking about the shot that Moritz had just played there, I felt like, was he trying to get him under the 7? Because there's a lot of room here to jump this ball, and a lot of good things can happen for Thorpe. Wow, he went for the make. And it's going to dress up in front of the left middle.
5-all was the first time Neuhausen had been level since the start of the match. He now has an opportunity to lead for the first time in the contest.
I thought he might bank that ball back down table, Billy, and look for some type of cover. Wow. That wasn't as easy as it looked. He's still pretty steep on the pink, but it's a natural position. Tough to keep that cue ball through the object ball there, the way he hit it, for it to take that angle back towards the pink. Pretty strong shot he just played. Little check English here, maybe a center with an inside ball, or does he just use a high? He doesn't need any inside. It's pretty natural. Well, I thought he might need inside. He came around below the 6, which is okay. A little work to do, Michael. You'd like to think he'd want to get back out towards the center a little bit. Yeah, this was really cleanly struck. I don't know if he got far enough. Might have to contend with the 8. Well, he's making it look pretty easy at this point. And now we get a good look at Thorpe on our screen, kind of looking away. Doesn't really have to flirt with the 9 here. Yeah, Billy Thorpe, player representative of Savage Billiard Gear out of Oregon. So here we go, Michael. There's a new leader in the clubhouse.
Five on the spin for Moritz Neuhausen. And as you rightly say, Scott, he now leads for the first time in the match at 6 racks to 5. Now looking around elsewhere, Kaci 3-2 up on Mickey Kraus. Shane Van Boning has won the 9th rack to get a bit of distance again over Francesco Candela at 6-3. Chang Young Lin leads Albert Manis by the same score. James Aranis 3-2 up on Pius Labutis. Victor Zielinski going nicely at 5-0 against Jan van Lierop. UK Open winner Robbie Capito has a 6-2 advantage against Shane Wolford. Alexa Pechelge and Anton Raga level at 3-all. Fu Che Wei just ahead of Chang Yulong at 5-4. Joshua Fillers won the first couple of racks against Si Cha Chen. Ali Al Obaidli of Qatar 2-0 up now against Michael Feliciano. Liu Reed Tang, who got to the last 16 of the UK Open, has a 2-1 lead over Petri Makinen. Mustafa Alnar, who beat Fedor Gorst yesterday, has won the first 2 racks against Britain's Elliot Sanderson. Max Lechner has a 3-0 lead over Amir Ali, the Iraqi player who raised many eyebrows by beating former world champion Alex Pagulayan yesterday. 6-5 here to Neuhausen.
Yes, something good needs to happen for Thorpe, or this could get away from him pretty quickly. And once again, Mort's got to look at the 2, elevated over the pink. I don't even know, Michael, if he can make this 2, and if he can, cue ball, well, it's coming back down somewhere in the area of the 3. Not easy, elevated over the 4. Well, he's made it look easy. Where does the cue ball finish? Well, if there was ever an opportunity for Thorpe, it's possibly now. This is the shot that'll tell us a lot. To the top right, the red 3.
Yeah, Neuhausen having a very quick look, ascertains that he hasn't left it on and acknowledges the good fortune of that with a raised hand. Not sure that will do anything though to improve the mindset of Billy Thorpe, who must be so frustrated here, Scott, because he was playing so well, and it's not like he's done a huge amount wrong to find himself now, having been so far in front, trailing.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about. What are you made of, Billy Thorpe? You've got to regroup. You've only missed really 2 balls. He's made a good shot there. You've got to stay in this match mentally. This is what you came for. You know it's not going to be easy. Well, he's caught the correct side of that ball, and this was perfectly played. Can he see any of the 3 going in? I don't believe so. This is trouble. Yeah, and this is trouble because of the 6 and the 9. If you kick behind the 3, you've got to avoid both of those balls. So you want to get deep in behind it here. Oh, he's avoided them, but the cue ball's leaked out. Moritz missing the 3, getting away with it. Now another opportunity at the same pocket. Settling for distance here. Can't blame him. Made a nice strike on the red 3.
Yeah, and the shots he's faced from this distance in this 5-rack run, he's been pretty good at them.
And to be honest, handling the little barrage that Billy put on him, he's done quite well at that as well. He sat there in his chair, 5-1 down, really didn't show any signs of weakness or emotion. You've got to give credit to Neuhausen.
Played so well at the World Cup last summer in Spain. First time he'd ever been on the Germany team, and I think it helped him a lot that his partner was Joshua Filler, who he knows very well. They spend a lot of time together between tournaments. Started off with a comfortable win over New Zealand, pulled away towards the finish to see off Canada, then the big comeback against Poland in the quarters, won a close semi against China, and had the chance in the final to win Germany's 3rd World Cup, which would have equalled the all-time record. Instead it was the Philippines who won it and claimed the record all for themselves with their 4th title. But what an adventure it was that week for Neuhausen. He's having quite a decent adventure through this match now as well. It's half a dozen racks on the spin. 2 more and he will be through. Neuhausen leads 7-5.
Yeah, Michael, I kind of wonder, I'm going back to when it was 5-1. Billy had that long, awkward shot on the 2. It was after the break. All right, he had broke the balls, had the long, awkward shot on the 2. The 4-9 was kind of like lined up in the lower left corner. He didn't have to take that 2 on. I mentioned this could be a turning point. I had a feeling he was going to miss that ball. Could he have called a rollout? Being up 5-1 in that position, you put all the pressure on Moritz. Force Moritz to shoot the shot and give it back over to you. Well, it's neither here nor there. Moritz now leads 7-5.
Yeah, and although I think we looked at that and thought, as you rightly say, that could be a turning point, I don't think we anticipated it would be a turning point to quite this degree, i.e. Neuhausen playing so well and just pretty much freezing Thorpe out of it now, as I say, for 6 racks in a row. 3-all between Eklund Kaci and Mickey Kraus. BJ Ussery leads the All-American clash with Hunter Lombardo 4-2. Mark Beisterbosch has added another, so he now leads Aydin Pikniach 3-1. Shane Van Boning has pulled away from 5-3 with 3 on the spin to get to the hill at 8-3 against Francesco Candela. Chang Young Lin now 6-3 up on Albert Manis. James Aranis 3-2 ahead of Piers Labutus. Jan van Lierop isn't going to join Darren Appleton in being whitewashed this afternoon because he's won the 6th rack against Victor Zielinski, whose lead is now cut to 5-1. Robbie Capito 6-3 up on Shane Wolford. Alexa Peschel's pulling away a bit against Anton Raga. It's now 5-3 to the Serbian. Level between Chang Yu Lung and Fu Che Wei at 5-all. Another one on the board for Joshua Filler. He now leads 3-0 over Si Cha Chen. Michael Feliciano was 2-0 down to Ali Al Obaidli, but Feliciano has won the 3rd rack. Liu Ri Teng 3-1 up on Petri Makinen, and 3-0 leads for Max Lechner over Amir Ali and for Mustafa Alnar against Elliot Sanderson. And there you can have a look and pick out your own favourites and those you're watching particularly through this championship. And one result from a little earlier in this round of matches, Ko Ping Chung, the US Open champion, a 9-0 winner over Darren Appleton, who won this championship 12 years ago. Both players just out for a break. So in the later stages now of the winners' qualification round, remember everyone beaten in this round will be back later today for losers' qualification. And really, once we get into that, it's straightforward elimination all the way. Mentioned earlier some of the matchups we've got coming up in losers' qualification later, and a lot of other really big names still waiting to find out who they'll face in that round later tonight. Skylar Woodward among them, Dang Jinhu, David Al-Kadi as well, Niels Fyan, former winner, Mohamed Soufi, last year's runner-up. Now this is Shane Van Boning, the champion of 2022. As I said, he's on the hill. He was 5-1 up early on against Italy's Francesco Candela. Got pegged back to 5-3, but has really stepped it up, it seems, since then. 3 in a row and looking for just one more now to advance. Had already been beaten in the final twice before he at last claimed the title. 2 years ago when Milton Keynes made him the 11th player to have won both of the game's 2 standout titles, this and the US Open. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz has since added his name to that list. Shane Van Boning, winner of the Premier League in his home country back in March, and now the winner of this match. He beats Francesco Candela by 9 racks to 3 and is into the final 64. As for Candela, he goes to losers qualification later today, where he will play the Bulgarian Georgi Georgiev. Moritz Neuhausen back in his chair. Billy Thorpe not yet. Perhaps he's glad to be, because he spent so much time sitting down over the last half hour or so. What a massive turnaround it's been. It's not just that Thorpe was leading 5-1, it's the fact that he was playing so well. If he ends up losing, particularly if he does so without winning another rack from 5-1 up, it's going to be a very, very difficult thing to put behind him. Don't forget, if he does lose, he'll still have another match to play later today. But still hope for Thorpe. Having said that, he's got to win 4 of the 5 remaining racks. 7-5 Neuhausen.
Yeah, and could this be the opportunity? I think Thorpe has to look at it like, listen, I'm only down 2 games. Start fresh. Grind. You've got to take it one at a time, and I mean balls, not games. You're still in a winning position. You need 4 games. Grind this match out. Change your mindset.
Yeah, that was Neuhausen's 7th break of the match, and the first from which he failed to make anything, albeit that in rack 4, having made something off the break, he did scratch.
Can you play the 1 down here? What's he doing? Looks like he's gearing up. Yeah, so he's actually played the 9. Fluked the 1 into the lower right. Now, things a bit tougher on Thorpe. I thought he had a pretty good safe there where he could just chip the top of the 1 and go in behind the 2 and 3 off the right long rail or top left long rail of our screen. Play the 1 down there between the 8 and 4. He's going to need a little love here not to find the gap. And he's found it. The love is real. Well, Michael, I thought that was a bit of a stroke of luck for Thorpe. Turns out, not so much. How did he hit it? Moritz Neuhausen landing perfectly on the 3 as well.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing here is just how much potential Moritz Neuhausen has over the coming years. If we were watching this match now and it was a Filler or a Gorst or a Van Boning, we'd be saying this is the sort of play that's made him one of the best in the world. Well, it's the standard that Neuhausen has to get to if he is to become one of the very best himself, and he's really producing it consistently here in Jeddah today.
Well, that was a big mistake. I do not know why he tried to come all the way around. I thought he could kill the cue ball 1 rail. Must have been steeper than I thought. But boy, that could turn out to be a turning point as well. There's anything I think he could work on is maybe he gets a little quick at times. What's this going to do? Thorpe with a real opportunity. This is your chance, Billy Thorpe.
Oh, absolutely. He's been praying for something like this to come along for some time now.
And this is all mindset, right? If he's negative in the mind, this shot is much tougher than it looks. He has an angle, so he can go forward. Oh, stayed down pretty good. Nice clean hit. Good sign for Thorpe and his camp.
Yeah, and so much pressure on that, because if he misses that, every chance Neuhausen gets to the hill. So all credit to Thorpe there.
Yeah, and if it's one thing, I mentioned it earlier, if it's one thing he has is heart. And the last thing he typically ever does is give up. Huge opportunity. Felt like Moritz got a little quick there on the 3. Maybe just a little quick with the decision. If he did need to come around, he needed to put a little bit more outside English on it and avoid crashing into the 8. Well, the 8 ball looming under Billy's belly. Yeah, nice and tight. Very well done. He's managed this rack quite well, Michael.
Yeah, the hard part done now. So he should snap his losing streak of half a dozen racks in a row. Well, a match as good as this deserves a close finish, and this really increases the chance of a seam one. Billy Thorpe now trails by just 1. It's the first rack he's won in 7. Neuhausen's lead now 7-6 on day 3 of the World Championship. Day 2 was a pretty memorable one for Mustafa Alnar as he beat the World Masters champion Fedor Gorst. He's leading 4-0 today now against Elliot Sanderson. Max Lechner leading Amir Ali 3-0. Lou Reed Tang 4-2 up on Petri Makinen. Michael Feliciano has come from 2-0 down to level at 2-all with Ali Al-Obaidli. Joshua Filler off to a flyer against Si Cha Chen. It's 4-0 there. Chang Yu-Lung just in front of Fu Che Wei at 6-5. Alexa Pechelge also narrowly in front against Anton Raga. It's 5-4. Shane Wolford's battling back. He now trails 6-4 against Robbie Capito. Victor Zielinski 6-2 up on Jan van Lierop. Piers Labutis has a 5-3 advantage against James Aranis. Chang Young Lin needs a couple more to finish off Albert Manis. It's 7-4 there. Mark Bijsterbosch pulling away to 4-1 against Aydin Pikniach. BJ Ussuri also building a bit of a lead against Hunter Lombardo. That's 6-2. And Eklund Kaci has won the 7th rack to lead 4-3 against Denmark's Mickey Kraus.
This is a huge moment for Thorpe. He needs to come away with a shot here. He needs to get the 1 down. And really looked quick in the final backswing to me. See how quick it was. It's easy to do when you've got that adrenaline going. That was a mishit, clearly. So another opportunity for Moritz to clear the rack and get to 8. He's got to get on the blue 2 here. Does he just come out to the center? And that's what he's going to do. Pretty clever. Taking his medicine on the blue 2 here. Knows if he gets this down, he'll fall back in line on the 3. Ooh, he caught it a bit thick. That's why the cue balls ended up so far to the right side. He's given a look up to the air. Gonna go into the 7 here most likely. Or at least he'd like to avoid the 7. Go forward, and you will. Biggest shot of the rack right here. Oh, and he's missed it, Michael. Thorpe immediately to the table. And I like what he's done there. Regroup. Take a look at where you want to be. This is your chance to tie the match up. Oh, very, very good. This, pretty straightforward.
And I'll tell you what, Scott, if Billy Thorpe does end up winning this match, it will do so much more for him than if he just raced away from 5-1 and continued in that vein and won it easily.
Absolutely, 100% couldn't agree more, and that's kind of what I was talking about, right? You're not out of the match. The guy wins 7 on the spin. You're only 2 games down, Billy Thorpe. Now, within 1.
There are all sorts of ways you can boost your confidence, playing really well, turning around a difficult situation. You very rarely get to do them both in the same match, because if you play to your best, very often you win comfortably. Billy Thorpe could end up with the best of both worlds. All of that, though, of course, will mean nothing to him if he doesn't get the win. But his chances have improved dramatically over the last 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, he's falling a little straight here. I don't think you want to take too big of a chance and overhit this ball. Just come off the rail as much as you can. Take the cut on the 8.
We said it seems that Thorpe just had just a little. He has opened it for him. 2 racks in a row. And Thorpe is now a match. He's back in with every chance of winning. 2 in a row to the gutsy Billy Thorpe. He levels at 7-all. Well, that was a fairly swift rack, so not sure anything really has changed since I was last talking to you about the scores. Mustafa Alnar has added another one though, 5-0 up now against the British player Elliot Sanderson. And another match has just started on table 10. Oscar Dominguez looking to get back into that American Mosconi Cup team this year. In the first rack against To Lian Han, who we saw beating Duong Kwok Wang on this table yesterday. Well, at different times in this match, the position of favourite to win it has swung back and forth dramatically. Pretty much impossible to call now. 7-all.
Oh, he's got the 1 down. Where's the 2 finish? Oh, he's going to have a shot on the blue 2. Reminiscent of a shot he had in the first game. This one, much easier. Cue ball was actually froze on this bottom rail practically. He had to cut the 2 length of the table to the top left. Here, a little more room to work with on the cue ball. This will tell us everything. Looks like he's pinching it with a bit of inside. Oh, what a hit. Needs to settle. He's going to have a shot. Neither here nor there. Really good hit with inside cue ball. It was a steep angle. Did very good to come up with a shot on the 3. He's got to manage from here. Be sure you know what you're doing before you do it. Moritz patiently waiting. No panic from him. Oh, he's caught it thick. He's missed this ball. He was concerned about going into the 9. Most likely, when that happens, you take your eye off the object ball, worried about what you're going into, and that could be devastating for Thorpe.
Yeah, and you know, what's going to be particularly hard to take, you think back to the balls he missed when he was 5-1 up. They weren't easy ones. That was one that he'll be so disappointed to have missed now. Having got the momentum back, he's just handed it straight back to his young German opponent.
Yeah, anything you could miss there, coming with such a good shot on the 2 and all the work he's put into this match to give that 3 up like that. not good, but he's got to forget it. He might get another opportunity. You never know.
Absolutely, but it looks unlikely to come now in this rack. And such a match of huge momentum swings. Have we just seen the decisive one?
Yeah, he's going to need to get lucky to get another opportunity in this match. But it might come. Moritz, no sign of slowing down.
And with that success and capitalising on Thorpe's error, Moritz Neuhausen is first to the hill. It's 8-7. BJ Ussery is pretty close to victory as well against his compatriot Hunter Lombardo. 7-2 for Ussery. And you know, we've been talking about him trying to break into that Mosconi Cup team. He's fairly well placed in the standings at the moment, given the amount of points on offer here. If he gets into single elimination, apart from the chance to go on a long run at the World Championship, he could go pretty close to nailing down his Mosconi spot. Chang Yung Lin just ahead of Albert Manis now at 7-6. Jan van Lierop is battling back well, was 5-0 down against Victor Zielinski. He's won 3 out of 4 since then, now trails 6-3. Robbie Capito has gone 7-4 against Shane Wolford. 6-0 between Chang Yulong and Fu Che Wei. Alexa Pechelge is 6-4 up on Anton Raga. I think that might just have gone 7-4. That would be a great win for Pechelge. Raga so highly rated after his exploits in Germany last summer. Mustafa Alnar's got another one on the board, now 6-0 against Elliot Sanderson. Oscar Dominguez has won the first against Tolian Han, and Lou Reed Tang really pulling away now against UK Open semi-finalist Petri Makinen. That one is 6-2. Michael Feliciano, who was 2-0 down to Ali Obaidli, now leads 3-2. Neuhausen on the hill and breaking.
Oh, the 1 is down. The 2's going to play. Thorpe praying to the pool gods at this point.
Just one other score I want to give you. Si Cha Chen was 4-0 down against the 2018 world champion Joshua Filler, but he's got it back to 4-2.
Oh, did he catch it thick? And it's fallen. Moritz, glad that one's over.
I know you're good pals with Billy Thorpe, Scott. I think if he loses this match, you need to go and have a word with him and tell him how pleased he should be with how well he's played in this match, because it may be very hard for him to see if he loses here.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, it's tough in anybody's shoes to lose from that position. I'm actually friends with Moritz as well. I've gotten to know him over the last year. He's been wanting to work with me playing one pocket, but you know, I'm going to give Billy a few minutes, and I probably will talk to him. He's played great. Like you said, Michael, it's hard to lose like this, so we'll see what he does. We'll see how he acts, how he takes it. If you're Billy Thorpe, you've really got to take away the fact that you played solid all the way through. You've missed 2 balls that were easily missable and took your eye off of the 3. That's really all that I think's happened. He caught that a little thin.
Yeah, but now that it's dropped, the outcome is certain. Moritz Neuhausen didn't even make single elimination at the UK Open in Telford last month. But he has made it here at the World Championship. What a wonderful match that was from start to finish. It's ended up with Moritz Neuhausen pulling away from 7-all. At least Billy Thorpe is smiling at the end of it. And you know what? He should do, because he played really well. They both did, but it's the young German who's the winner by 9 racks to 7. He's in the final 64. Thorpe will be back later for an All-American clash in losers qualification against Jeremy Sosai.
seen plenty of perspiration. Now we're seeing inspiration.
Listen to the noise. This is to tie the match up.
It all would have been there for him. He's done it! And it will be the shot of the tournament.
Magnificent, marvellous, magical.
Championship in Jeddah, and we got another match for you. He against Alawadi coming your way very shortly on table one. A lot of action to keep on top of. We've had some close matches, a couple of runaways as well, some high quality pool being played all around this terrific arena. The Green Halls is the name of the venue. Huge arena, and as I say, the action doesn't stop. They're just playing their practice racks, and we'll get it all underway for you. Where does Mario sit in the sort of list of contenders for you, Jeremy?
Well, he's always in the mix, it seems like, in that final 16, maybe final 8. Of course, you can't always make those positions, but he seems to do it a lot. And, you know, he's one of those players that funny things seem to happen towards the end, and whether it be a bit of nerves and maybe not get some things done, but you know, he's certainly one of those players that we figure is going to win one of these big major titles on the World Nineball Tour, and of course none more major than World Pool Championships here in the Kingdom. He's got a tough match on his hands, though. Badr Alawadi can certainly hold his own, and you'd have to list Mario as a little bit of a favorite, but if he doesn't perform, he'll certainly get beat.
Beat Tim DeRuyter 9-3. Of course, this is to get into the 64.
Yeah, these players have put themselves, of course, after winning that opening match, in a great position just to win 1 out of 2 to get into that elimination round, final 64. And just all quality across the board. Have pretty close matches as a whole. We've had a few that were a bit sideways, but definitely we're going to have somewhat of some surprises. But you know, with equal opportunity-ish, as best we figure it to be, I feel like this one's going to be another somewhat close one, if not to the wire.
Alawadi representing Kuwait, you beat Imrad Majid 9-6. Yeah, I guess he's almost sort of local, really, on Kuwait.
Yeah, Kuwait has always had some nice cues, it seems, for the last 15 years or so, and Batter, one of those guys that led the way and still leading the way. Of course, Abdul Al Yusuf, Omar Al Shaheen, and actually more players than you would think.
Well, as I say, it's been a very busy day. Action continuing around the arena. Kaci 7-3 up currently against Mickey Kraus. Shane Wolford 6, Robbie Capito 7. Bit of a thriller out on table 9.
Yeah, and Robbie I watched quite a few games in that match, and he seems to have played really well, and Shane just kind of buying his time and he's making a bit of a comeback. I mean, I think he was down 6-2 and 7-3. Now just a game behind, and from what I can see, he's at the table.
Mustafa Al-Nar 6-1 up on Elliot Sanderson, so we might not get one of Elliot's celebrations. So we're just waiting, of course, these practice racks, and then we'll be underway.
You can see from the practice racks, very capable player.
Yes, I enjoy watching these because it's kind of all easy when you're practicing, but obviously the match pressure descends. We've seen, I mean, I made the point on the Darren Appleton match earlier, you want to start well, and he didn't, and he just never got involved. He lost 9-0 to Ko Ping Chung. So we'll see how this one goes in the early stages.
Foul, something you don't see very often there on the main table at 4-3, and a pocketable ball as well. Yeah, it's for Hai Che Chin playing Joshua Filler. Did trail, I think, 4-0, had 1-3 on the trot. Boy, what a big mistake there. Of course, I can't talk about time fouls myself. I had a pretty big one a few years ago. It's just something you don't expect.
Yeah, just to reiterate, if you've not been with us, that the shot clock is only on the main table as it stands. So you'll hear the beeps in the background, but that's not on this table as we prepare to get this match underway.
Yeah, we had a strange one last night, also at 8-7 with Federgorst and Thien from Vietnam not declaring the push out and then striking the cue ball. Of course, obviously playing a push out, but it must be declared, and surrendered ball in hand, only to give up a 2-9 combination to be eliminated from this field. And Federgorst kind of lives on to play tonight. believe, if I remember correctly, I think it was FSR that won that match earlier against Cal Amarato. So we dodged, at the moment anyways, the number 1 and 2 player playing on the one-loss side to be eliminated, one of them to advance. But of course Fedor has another tough one with Kyle, another young champion from the Philippines. A nice opening break here, and very nice starter on the blue too, just inches away. The 3 open, the table open as well.
Yeah, it looks a very good chance this just to relax into the match. As I say, you're looking to start as well as you can. He twice winner with Albin Ocean for Austria, the World Cup of Pool.
Yeah, Shane Wolford did get out and ties that match at 7 apiece. Pretty routine, just stay away from the rail with the cue ball. It's going to fall below it just a bit, trying to make it very natural to come off the 8 and just kind of go one rail towards the 9. You can open this up with some left spin. You can pinch draw it a little bit if you want. A combination of both is okay as well. Most likely wouldn't come across, but of course the angle may tell us that's what he wants. And he checked the ball with a little English. So there was a little more angle than we saw. Always nice to open with the break and run, huh, David?
Absolutely, just dispelling a few early nerves, which I'm sure are there. But Mario He very nicely takes it out. So 1 down, 8 to go for him. Just a reminder, the winner is into the final 64 of this World Championship. I think we'll see over the next few days the pressure mounting, money going up, of course. The field starting to narrow, and they're keeping the trophy as well on the plinth in the middle of the hall. It's on a stage, just to remind everybody what it's all about. Edging closer with every win towards potentially getting your hands on that. I know as well hopes are high as we go towards the weekend of more sort of people coming in to watch as well, which will create a nice atmosphere for the players. It's going to be fascinating, isn't it, down to the final to see who takes the record first prize, $250,000.
Yeah. Huge $150,000 match that'll be in the final. That's the difference between first and second. And really, you know, Mario He, besides closing the door in some of these matches late in these big tournaments, really possesses all parts of the game. Very good tactically, big breaker of the balls, as you could see. Shot maker as well. does have a playable 2 in the side. The 4-8 there on the bottom cushion, the pink and the black. Not sitting too well to really figure what might be another break and run. That's why he's taking a lot of time on this 2. Does he really want to play this? Is he going to have a go at the cash here, the 9-ball? Could play that with a draw stroke. I mean, pretty low percentage overall, but may have a look.
Good comeback from AJ Manas, who was down in the match with Chang Chun Lim, but he's now 8-7 up. We saw him yesterday edge John Morrow 9-8, so 8-7 to the 17-year-old on table 2.
And really just maybe a little experience on a few shots, maybe some push-out situations. I don't really think of much else that he was missing, and really loved the way he stroked the cue ball. Or stroked the cue, excuse me. Very nice through the ball, and a huge and bright future. Who knows? Could start off right here in Jeddah this week.
Yeah, and he's one of those, because of his age, you know, the word will go around. Certainly if he won that match, you know, of what he's starting to do, people will start to sit up and take notice, for sure.
He may screw this back, and he's definitely going to draw the ball, but can he get back far enough to possibly play the 4-8 combo? Certainly going to get back and entertain it and make a decision from there. Definitely the 4-8's not going to be played, so I would guess a safety. That's where you have to be a little more clear-cut sometimes. If you don't feel like you're going to get there, you can maybe position the cue ball in better positions to get that safety or make it a little more playable. Now it's a hair odd. Really nice effort there. And that's the amazing thing about pool, in my opinion. Just that shot shows us is these are all strokes and little in-between shots that players will never set up and practice. You can't practice them out at all. You can't practice all of them, excuse me. It's just too immense, the pool table and all the options. But what a touch.
Yeah, not least because he's not had a lot of table time. Obviously he had the practice rack, yeah, but in terms of the match, getting the feel of this table.
Well, he's not going to be upset with this. Well, it did leak out, so. It is some distance here, but pretty natural. 2 rails around the. Should certainly imagine he's going to attack on.
hands there by Alawadi. So now a pretty good chance to level up at precision, but certainly.
Robbie Capito has taken an 8-7 lead and on the hill to qualify.
So this to level the match at 1 each. Yeah, Mario, he played that jump shot, but as I say, really got to be precise. It wasn't left a chance. And Al Hardy makes the most of it. 1 each, race to 9, remember, for a place in the last 64. AJ Mana still 8-7 over Chang Jun Lin. They're out on table 2. That is a streaming table, so you can watch that on the Matchroom Multisport platform. Filler now 6-3 over Chen on the main table. I was saying earlier that Sanderson might not be doing his celebration. He was 6-1 down at the time. It's now 6-3. And in fact, he's just won the next one, so 6-4. So you never know. We might hear it after all.
Yeah, he's playing the man that took down Feder Gorst so convincingly. Of course, Feder had a lot to do with that. It didn't play his best match. Probably the lightest match I've ever seen him play, really. And it wasn't like just terrible, of course. I mean, it wasn't amateur, but he just doesn't make that many mistakes. And he definitely had 6 or 7 or so in that set. Along with his opponent, though, did play pretty solid. You know, that's what you need a lot of times. It's just a solid performance. taking a little time, so maybe that tells me the 5 doesn't pass the 7. Otherwise, everything's fairly straightforward, and it appears to me it does, actually, but maybe not. Nice 2-rail escape there, getting into position, getting by the 6. You know, and last time they won that event, that being Mario and Albinosh in the World Cup, I think it was the last year, it was in Gibraltar, actually, and Mario was really the foundation in that win, match in, match out. Now, Albin had some highlight shots that some players and myself for sure, and I'm sure that Austrian team will never forget, but tell you what, it was really some incredibly stellar play from Mario He in some tight positions and close matches that really got him that win.
Played a good rat there, didn't he? Got his opponent trapped. He played quite a good escape. He was hoping, I think, with the balls where they were, he might get the cover. He didn't. And Mario He has stepped in. 2-1. Good start this. Good match so far. Just keeping an eye on some of the close ones. Robbie Capito still 8-7. Out on table 9 over Shane Wolford. AJ Manis 8-7 over Chang John Lin. That rack's been going a while, so it must be a 10-cell business on table 2.
Yeah, it seemed Chang had gotten ball in hand. Just, you know, we're a long ways from that table, just kind of knowing the process, but now Manis back at the table, AJ. He doesn't look too unhappy about it either, so.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's a few people, as they're entitled to be, stood watching, so they're just obscuring our view slightly.
Yeah, Robbie Capito was at the table as well, trying to take down that victory over Shane Wolford. Certainly keep you updated, though.
Meanwhile, 2-1 it is to Mario He. Well, Manas has won. They're shaking hands, so that's a terrific win again. He was behind in that match. That's another close one. It was 9-8 yesterday over John Morra, 9-7 over Chang John Lin. Remember the name, we'll be seeing more of him in this tournament.
Another great break off here. Now he's just going to figure out. I think the 3 does pass the pink in the lower left. Looks like it is probably pretty snug. And I bring that up just because the natural angle off the 2 is to come to that position on the 3 where he's pointing the cue now. Doesn't want to get much of a cut shot on that. Not only to hold position, but going towards that small, what has to be a small portion of the pocket where the 3's playable. Looks very natural though. May end up resting near the rail. He made sure he's off the rail, but did he overhit this? That'd be a problem if he did. Now he's going away from the pink. May not even shoot at this actually. Just because, again, a partial pocket and trying to hold the cue ball. Now he can use the 8. That's the beautiful thing, you know. If he wants to put a little more speed on this, play this a little more conviction, he can use the 8 to hold the cue ball for position on the pink.
Well, just while he prepares himself, Capito has beaten Walford 9-7, so the recent UK Open champion into the 64.
And I think pool, just like some other individual sports and also team sports, you know, at times, it's a very trending kind of game, you know, as far as, you know, if you've been playing well, having some results. Obviously, the physical side of things are good. You know, when you get results, you mentally get more confident. So you got to like what the champion, the reigning champion of the UK Open probably looks like moving forward in this event.
Yeah, I mean, Gary Wilson, who's played a lot of pool because he's a snooker pro, up to 18 months ago, he'd never won a snooker ranking event. He's now won 3 in that period. The biggest gap is from 0 to 1, isn't it? Once you win that first one, you've proven you can do it.
Yeah, and that's what Mario is looking for. The man at the table. Ooh, that's not going to be the one he wanted. Little bit of body movement with it, but surprising miss. And of course, the late games are the ones you win the match with, you know, you close the door with, but the early games are the ones that really kind of set the tone on what kind of match it's going to be. And as a favorite, you got to list Mario as a favorite, that's for sure. He makes a few mistakes and leaves batter in this early without batter just taking control himself. Could come back to haunt him. Strike there, one of the most difficult, really. The ball froze or near froze and just coming straight across with the cue ball from a heavy angle. I think Joshua Filler has maybe ended that match, or no?
Yeah, golden break.
Yeah, that's what it looked like.
As meanwhile, Al Hardy just made the most of that unexpected miss. This could be, we kind of predicted it at the start, a close one, but yeah, Filler has prevailed there 9-3 on the main table.
And hats off to these referees. It's a tough job, and you know, I think they've come a long ways in a few days in many areas. They're in a no-win situation for the most part, right? That's just how referees, that's how that job is with those stripes. So
yeah, that's the thing with officials really in any sport. You notice them if they make a mistake, unfortunately, and we all make them. But they're doing a grand job, as you say. Very long days, aren't they? A lot to keep on top of.
yeah, and you know, they're obviously pool fans and probably play themselves, so they don't, you know, the but we've been working with on Marcel, but it seems over much
Well, one just held up until he was held.
Center cut. Did he dig into it enough to where he can go forward off the 3, maybe rubbing the 8 a bit? If it got a little steep, it could have gotten a little tricky. Feel like just straight up the table. I mean, not really much to worry about. The 7 plays in the side, the brown 7. That'll be after the green 6 here in a few shots, but don't see any worries. Looks to be enough. Just broke the middle of the table and had a little chip in on the 7 in the side. Probably has to cue it with a little inside English.
So he's twice trailed, not easy to say. It's not easy to break and run either, but that's what he's done. He's in front for the first time at 3-2. Mustafa Alnor now 7-4 over Elliot Sanderson. They're just playing in front of us here. Still a few other matches on well. Al Obeidly actually played in the snooker event in Riyadh, the invitation event. He's 7-4 up on Michael Feliciano.
Yeah, he actually made it through Q school this year. I know him, of course, through some other things, and what a cueist though, right? I mean, just really pure. And
yeah, I'd still like to see. We've seen a few in the past, a sort of multi-cue, multi-discipline event, snooker, pool, maybe carom as well. See who comes out on top. They've had a few down there. Steve Davis won one many years ago.
Or they had 3 different cue sports.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Was it 3 cushion and pool? And
I think there was one that was definitely snooker. There was 8-ball and 9-ball pool and carom billiards. I mean, they're all very different games.
Yeah.
Steve won one going back probably 30 years. Quinton Han as well. The Lindrum Masters in Australia, a similar type of event. He won one.
Quinton Han. I haven't heard that name in a long time. Got to know him a bit at the World Pool Championships when we used to have it in Cardiff, and then in Chinese Taipei, I believe it was after. And Boy, he was a super talented guy all kinds of ways. He was a professional motorcycle racer as well.
Yeah, you could write a book on him, I think, Quinton. Bit of a character, to say the least.
Yeah, he's seen a lot of life, let's say that. Don't think he's really involved in any cue sports anymore, but boy, you can tell he's hitting the center of the pocket quite often here, batter is, and what a big miss. And what was game number 4 for Mario He on a pretty routine shot.
Yeah, that's where it turned. Just final word on Quinton Han. He played in the World Snooker Championship, of course, and he won his first round match. It was a week until his second because it's a long event. So he went home. But when I say he went home to Australia. Of course, it's played in Sheffield, England.
Yeah.
So he flew home, flew back, played his second round match, which he didn't win. But you know, that's Quinton for you.
Yeah, we used to always wonder what hair color he was going to show up his next round with, and but I always felt like, even though you didn't see enough of him, the boys from down under always brought some talent. You know what I mean? Maybe not the most experienced players all the time, and certainly a little free-spirited as well, but most all of them. But I always felt like there was some talent there. And just a matter of, not being the big fish in a little bowl per se. In the pool world, you need some experience around you to really advance. But Marco Tucher's one that, of course, originally from the Netherlands, I believe, but lives in New Zealand, and it seems like every time he comes out, he always does really well. He's won some really nice events in the States, and here he's had some big wins as well. I think he's qualified for the final 64. He's won his first 2 matches. Big win over Carlo Beato to start. The batter looks very dialed in, very prepared for this match as a hair of an underdog. And the thing is, what people don't realize is, you can make all these favorites a little less just because of the pressure. First off, everyone's prepared, and at this stage, these are still relatively short races for these types of players and this type of quality. I mean, Tiger Woods always said 72 holes is still pretty short to really find out who the best player is that week. And of course, they'll lengthen as we go on, races to 11 after this qualification round gets completed, both the winners and the losers, and then a final race to 15.
Well, no doubt that miss from Mario He in rack 4 has been a turning point so far, and Noah Hardy looking really good here at 4-2, cutting out really all errors. Sanderson's pull 1 back, so 7-9 Al-Nar. Table's 16. And Al-Baidli, who we're talking about, 8-4 now on the hill against Feliciano. Amir Ali 6-5 over Max Lechner. And Oscar Dominguez 4-3 over To Lian Han.
Yeah, To Lian Han, I don't know if he's the oldest player in the event, but it's close. Don't really know. I know he's older than Ralph. But To Lian Han, I'll tell you, he's just a grinder. Really just keeps at it with every ball.
So Al-Awadi 4-2, played good stuff from 2-1 down.
Well, the Bluetooth's going to come open again, I believe anyways. The 8 didn't spin in front of it. The cue ball did it. I don't think so. Looks like he's wanting to elevate off the end rail, trying to hold the cue ball for the 3. Could roll this in, but I think it's much easier rolling it, and then you're really making yourself difficult to get from the 3 to the 4. Some separation between those. Big draw stroke coming. Well, I thought he had straight or had the other angle there, David. Pretty smart to just take the shot, especially when you're striking the ball so well. You know, you can say to yourself, and that's where you have to be that kind of coach and caddy. If you had somebody on the sideline, they're going to remind you how well you're hitting the ball and keep it simple in that spot. But that's the job you have to do yourself. And sometimes some of the hardest jobs it is not, you know, when you're striking the ball. It's really, you're really up off the cue ball. Now looking to check this with some inside, it appears. Could come with outside, kind of go at the purple. It's a little thin either way, so the cue ball's going to have a little speed. Juniors are going to get started here and have some play in the evening session. Always fun to watch.
Yeah, some of them are very junior, aren't there? There's some youngsters here looking to show what they can do.
And all very talented, I'll tell you. And also super impressed with the Saudis, the Saudi juniors. They've been incredible. Looks like he's decided to go the other way. Go at that 5 ball like I was talking about. And he's going to dress up on a bank. Now during the practice, certainly kind of warped some banks in. He liked banking at the ball. And this one looks to be pretty natural. Doesn't have to cut it much. So a decision here. Rack number 7. And I kind of like him going for it. Only thing is the 6 doesn't pass the 7, so he's got to kind of follow the cue ball a little, maybe draw out of there. Can't just hold the ball. Pretty easy to come off the left side of the 5 and kind of bleed the cue ball down behind the 9. Not hard. You can contain the 5 behind the 6 as well, it appears anyways. I think he's shooting. Yeah. And I love it, you know, I mean, that's what makes you great is the aggression. Biggest Nineball tournament in the world. And who's going to play to win, David, versus play not to lose?
Yeah, exactly. I just think no one's going to give you this title, are they? You've got to go out and take it.
Yeah, I thought Jason Shaw showed a lot of that today in his match, and he opened the match with a long rail bank on the 1. Watch out for the corner. This is going to be close. Think about a shot later on. Ooh, did he come off the corner? It appears he did. He doesn't seem too upset about it.
Bit close for comfort, wasn't it?
Yeah, and all that is you know how you hit the pocket with the object ball. You overcut it a little bit. The cue ball takes a hair different path. I don't think he was too upset with the stroke itself, to be honest. Didn't appear so anyways. He's a player that shoots them in with authority.
this for the 4th rack in a row to lead 5-2, pulling away if it goes in. In all the way, so he increases his lead. He nearly scratched. It was on the 8, and he's taken 5-2. Mario, as he just takes a little break here. Quite rightly would like to see it. So even if you've got your shirt on and you've got your cue, they want to see the pass. So he's put that on, and we'll see him shortly when the match resumes.
Yeah, and is that 3 breaking runs after that clearance after the miss? So the last time he shot, he was up 2-1. Now trails 5-2.
Elliot Sanderson coming back as well, 7-6 to Al Nar. It was 6-1 in his favour. So Sanderson, as I say, on the comeback trail. Amir Ali now 7-5 over Max Lechner. 4 each, Tolian Han and Oscar Dominguez. Al Abaidli still 8-5 in his match. Yes, turning into a fascinating day. Of course, players trying to get into that 64 for straight knockout, and then the tournament really does start to accelerate. Just 3 days left after today.
Yeah, and I mean, every day here is going to be important, and they're going to grow and be more important as the days go on. But I'll tell you what, you got to be impressed. It seems like the Gulf countries have really come to play here on the day of qualification into that final 64. I mean, very impressive stuff so far.
Well, both players, in fact, have left the arena, so we'll just hang on and pick up when they return. So the players are back, and Badr Al Wadi is in control at the moment. 5-2, it's 2-1 down. He's won the last 4, he's won them impressively. Can he keep the run going here? Race to 9 to get to the last 64. Goes down, not quite, can't quite see the 2. So it's going to be the push out. Gives Mario here the option of whether to play the shot or put Alawadi back.
I'm guessing he's going to bank the 2 back up, and well, he needs a roll here, and I don't know if he got it or not. It's close. May have left that little sliver on the 2 ball, and you could see the body move as soon as he struck the cue ball. I really like the kick shot here. I think there's all kinds of action you could get. The 9 ball maybe in that lower left corner, upper left corner now where he's standing. Now if he can see a piece of the blue too, I think he's got to go that route even if he can't make it. Trying to leave something difficult for Mario. But here, watch the 9. If he hits the bottom of the 2, the 9's definitely going to move. Yeah, like that. See, got a lot of action there. May have fluked the blue. Wow, how did that stand up?
Yeah, it looked like it was sailing into the pocket, actually.
Yeah, well, harassing table, of course, with the deep shelf. Always a little tricky now. The red 3's near, so that's going to help Mario, and really should get out here. You can see the 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 on the bottom end. Kind of gotten thin from nowhere here, and you know when the pressure's on and you've made a mistake and your opponent obviously is playing great pool. This is tricky now. Good thing this ball isn't frozen. It can be missed, that's for sure. I don't feel that's the case here. Nice kill stroke.
Yeah, but he's not got much of a look in since he missed that ball in the 4th rack.
Came over. This angle always fools you. Now he's okay. Less, this gets a little where he may have to go into the 9 needs to have to. Here's fairly straight, but there's, I may check it with a little writing. Okay, you can just open it up with a straight.
Well, but for slight further roll of the ball, that's a 2. Just to reiterate what Jeremy said, the junior event going on here, the young guys just warming up at the moment. It's nice to see that being played in the same hall alongside the seniors.
Yeah, just really a dream come true for juniors all around the world as well. I mean, this has been a pretty constant theme at all the major events on the World Nineball Tour. You got the Jason Shaw junior event there when we're in Great Britain. You got the SVB, Shane Van Boning won at the US Open. Last year we had FSRs there in Spain and so on and so forth. I think we had one in Vietnam as well. Not many matches going on still from this afternoon session of winners qualification. Of course, this evening we'll move on to, he's going to love this, we'll move on to the losers qualification, which I think these had a lot of tension and pressure. Wait for this evening.
Say Elliot Sanderson has now pulled one back 8-7 to Mustafa Alnar, so very tense times there on table 16.
Yeah, he just had a dry break. Not the best time for that, but looks to be a pretty difficult layout, even though Alnar does have a shot at the 1. I'll keep you updated. Tricky little layout here. I mean, the 7/8's covered up. The 4/9's a little tricky with the 5. You can see on the top cushion, or at least the long rail on the top of your screen. It's all about speed control. May have to play from underneath. Definitely going to have to play short side, it appears, on a ball or two. Yes, he did. See on the back of his jersey there the nickname Panda. It's Mario He.
Yeah, he's hoping he's not going to be an endangered species this week. He was 5-2 down, of course, not looking good, but these matches can turn, of course. Having the break is a massive thing if you can utilise it.
The speed to be pretty good and handy. He fell a little straight. Maybe drawing the cue ball towards the side. Can't get much closer to the 9 with a little bit of concern. He's going with a high ball. Wow, he's really spinning it. Watch out for the speed here. Should be okay, but boy, he went a long ways with the cue ball.
Yeah, the scenic route.
Yeah, just not a shot I remember shooting very often. I probably would have just pinched it back and taken the 9 in the corner where he's standing, but of course this is Mario He, and he knows what he's doing.
So he pulls one back, and it is 5-4 to Alawadi. Amir Ali has just won 9-5 against Max Lechner. That's what that little burst of applause was about. Yeah, we've got a big night tonight. We're just waiting for the full schedule in terms of who's on what table, but we'll bring all the action to you. Of course, the main table is televised, and table 1 here and table 2 available on Matchroom Multisports YouTube platform, Matchroom Pool. Check out, I'm sure you already are checking out the streams there. There's been a lot of people tuning in already, so thanks for watching wherever you are in the world. In fact, the TV table first up, 7 o'clock local time, is Imran Majid against Chris Melling, so it's all English affair. Chris Melling not too happy with his opponent earlier. Yappy thought he was taking a bit too long over his shots. Anyway, here we go, rack 10.
Yeah, I think Chris is probably a little unhappy with a few shots of his own in that match as well, and that's certainly understandable. But you know, Chris, I think if he just shored up a couple things, he wins that match. So he's just got to think positive. I'll tell you what a match we have going on right here, though. Just besides that one ball that Mario missed in the 4th game. It's been awesome pool by both players, really. Breaking the balls great, coming with the shots. Playing at a nice rhythm and tempo as well. Big blows by both players, really.
Yeah, it's been precious few errors.
Yeah. Big stroke here with the top ball. Doesn't have to do a whole lot. He really got into it. He may fluke it. Watch the little kiss. Okay. Similar to a fluke almost from batter, and I think he just overstruck it a little bit and lost a little accuracy. I think this 2 did open up, though. Does play. I tell you, the shouter, Elliot Sanderson, is in position to get it hill for us.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the shouter on his shirt, so if he does win, there's only one thing he's going to do.
Yeah, we're gonna keep these headphones on is what we're gonna do. I'll tell you, I really like Elliot. Good dude, and game coming along, really. I mean, he's got a lot of talent, right? Straight shooter. Just got so much energy. He's just got to learn to settle himself down a bit at times, you know.
Yeah, there's moments certainly where you've really got to be calm. Just keep the excitement at bay. Not easy when you're in a big event like this.
Yeah, that's how the stationary sports are compared to reaction sports, and you don't worry about that. In reaction sports, they take a little more physical demand at times, but when it comes to the mental side, these are much more difficult sports, I think. Pool, golf. Uh-oh. Okay, almost lost the cue ball again, so a couple little times there for batter. He's giving us a little sweat. But what I appreciate about Elliot is, you know, I know a lot of Americans and other players as well, but I'm going to pay more attention, of course, through the years to the Americans that really didn't go through that grind of not winning tournaments and getting beat for a few years. You know, my first year on tour, I won 1 match and seven tournaments. And I could actually play pretty well. I was just not used to what was going on, you know, in the conditions. And could have easily said to myself, hey, I'm out here spinning my wheels and let me not do this. And, you know, I've seen a lot of players through the years that I thought if they stuck with it, they're going to have success and really enjoy what's happened. But, you know, they kind of gave up on getting beat for a little while, you know, and just appreciate any player that is going through the grind. I'm sure you've seen the same in snooker like you talked about with Gary Wilson.
Definitely, and because Gary, he actually stopped playing for a while. He became a taxi driver and entered what we call the real world, away from sport, but missed it. You know, it's in your blood. It was in his blood from a young age. Came back and, you know, really had to start from scratch again. So it's great to see him doing so well. He's not actually didn't come to this event, which is a shame, but I'm sure he's going to be playing more pool in the future.
Yeah, I think he had an invite, but
I think he got exhibitions booked in Finland. A bit of a clash.
Yeah, with Ronnie too.
With Ronnie,
so,
yeah.
I mean, you know, maybe that's a little hard to pass up on. $1 Million Purse, Ronnie O'Sullivan, you know.
It's nice to be in demand, I suppose, both ways. But yeah, we'll see him, I'm sure, going forward. But this match, real high quality, and Alawadi 6-4, 3 away.
Yeah, he's been breaking the balls really well also, so Elliott did get out 8-8. 2 matches still going is all. I think only 2 matches still going. No, 3. I think, do I see Yanni Uski?
Yeah.
That's him in the corner.
He's 6-0 up.
Who's he playing? Oh, Fittem, yeah. Another player that has really gone through that grind as well, Yanni Uski, and, you know, has become, you know, I don't know if he's Finland's best player, but it's definitely a conversation. Oh, he's landed nicely on the blue too. Again, is the pink gettable? I don't know for sure. Those types of shots when they're grouped that 4-9 like that, I think it is. Maybe not. Maybe not. Oh, well, this tells me maybe it is, because you would have certainly stayed more in the center of the table, offering an angle to swing the cue ball one way or another. Dig on this a bit. Doesn't want to really involve the 9. Don't let that cover up the purple 5. So may get a little thin on the 5, but that's okay. Oh, caught it thick, but did slide in. Sanderson's made 3 on the break, but a real tester on the blue too. Wouldn't doubt that we get a camera on that. You never know.
Well, meanwhile, another terrific rack here. 7-4. Very, very impressive, this. It's high quality. I mean, Mario, he hasn't played badly, but he's in deep trouble now. Yes, Anderson. Hill with Al Nar. He'd been 6-1 down at one point, Elliott Sanderson.
a super thin cut shot.
And a sort of crowd has gathered, hasn't it, around that table because they recognise it's on a knife edge. Just adding to the pressure on him, all eyes on him.
Yeah, just the way he laid the cue down there. Good look at both our players. Of course, we're sweating this hill also, but appears he's going to go for the thin cut on the blue too. So he must like it. Hate to make a shot like that, David, and not come away with position. You know, with the pink 4 over there, you got to go back and forth across. And does have a bank cross corner.
Well, we're talking about Sanderson here. I know you can't see it, but we're just trying to give you a flavour of what's happening. He had a look at the shot. He walked around the table. He wiped his hands. He wiped his cue. He knows it's a massive moment as Alawadi breaks again here. 7-4.
Yeah. Not the connection he's been getting on the 1. Caught it a bit thin, it appeared. Now he was elevating the cue, Sanderson, so that told me maybe he was banking at the 2. We'll let you know about that one. Back in business here, Mario. He probably a push out.
This 2 for Sanderson. He's got down 4 times now to play it. Got back up again.
Yeah, it's pretty awkward. May end up pushing out. You never know. Even though he can see it. I mean, you know what I mean? Like if you don't like the safety or the cut.
Even Phil Yates has joined the crowd to watch it. That's how big it is. This rack. Bustled his way to the front.
Well, I'll tell you, the way batter is played, though, it's almost like you feel like, where do I push out to here? Can't push out to an easy safety, and I don't think he's going to get this back, whether it's some type of safety running off the right side of the 1 or trying to pocket the 1 in the upper left. Remember the 2 ball he elevated on early to keep that run going and get that lead. Ooh, didn't miss that by much. All right, so here's your chance. Nothing easy from Mario.
Well, Sanderson still hasn't played this 2. He's got down, must be 6 times now. About to play it and got up again.
And I like the safety chopping on the 2 coming behind the 4. Myself, but like I said, we'll keep you updated on that one. Tough shot here for Mario under the gun. Got to draw the cue ball, it appears. I like to be a fly on the wall of that brain and Elliot's boy. Be a fun time, I think.
There's a lot of competing voices in it, I think.
Yeah,
right
that's
now.
what I mean, yeah.
He's trying to quieten the noise.
Yeah, trying to find, you know, just one profile in there instead of all of them. But oh, what a bank shot there. He's going to bump the 3. Is it going to develop? Yes, it is. So just one of the most impressive matches by 2 players. You know, we've had some single performances. You know, one player that really shined. But both players in this match here have been pretty on point.
At some point, Elliot Sanderson's got to play this shot. He must have been looking at it at least 2 minutes.
I think it's more like 5. To be fair, I mean, it was before they broke the balls over here. I know that, and they went through a push out. See ya. Even though he can see it, he went in and played the push out himself. And I think that's the right thing to do if you really don't like one way or another. So the only problem is your opponent gets to make the first decision. that enough? It's got to go a little bit. A lot of pressure on Mario here, just the way batter's playing. You got to feel like any mistake, this match is probably over. So every ball has a lot of meaning. Usually his bread and butter here, coming back and forth though. Well, Elliott made the right decision, it appears. His opponent took on, and I don't know if he was going for that. I think he was trying to two-rail it behind the 8-9 maybe, I don't know, but Elliott's in prime position now.
Well, they moved this match to table 1, and it's a good decision. It's been terrific.
Yeah, really good. And definitely the hardest slot, in my opinion. The last slot, right? In this round, you're on the 1 o'clock round, but you don't play till the third match of that round on whatever particular table you're assigned to. So, and I think the main thing is you see all these different matches, so your own heart rate gets up and down, and seeing different things, and wonder what you may do in situations.
Well, what he's done there is take out the rack, so 7-5. We've been talking about this match. Elliott Sanderson must have at Al Knight 6-1 to Al Knight's Hill, and Sanderson has 4 balls to go.
He's in perfect position as well. Can't ask for much more than this, and we'll let you know when to put those earplugs in. He's perfect now. Really confident struck there in that position, kind of cinch that ball, get a little thinner on the 7. He's pouring them in on the break.
Two balls to go for Elliott Sanderson. He won his first match 9-8. He's now getting a cameraman to move out of his eye line. He's noticing everything. He's wiping his cue. He's fidgeting around.
Don't blame him there, though. The cameraman kind of came from nowhere, sitting down right in his view.
Well, here we go. Get ready, because he's on the 9.
I wonder if he's going to say, "Come on." That's normally his go-to shout.
That tells you he potted it.
Yeah. You could hear that all the way back in Glasgow, I think.
Terrific win, actually. As I say, he was a long way behind and kept the nerves at bay. Got the job done. Well done to him.
Yeah, I'm happy for him, really, and unfortunate for his opponent. But he's got another shot this evening. He's got to clear his mind and kind of reflect on how he played in the beginning of that match, and then, of course, what he did to Fedor Gorst in that opening round. The juniors, they don't know what to do. They can see Elliott's all amped up. They're trying to make sure they don't get accidentally hit. Elliott's going to explain everything about that push out, what he couldn't do on the clear view at the 2. But back to our match.
Well, one of the little kids actually practicing, just shouting, "Come on," back to him there.
I like going into the 8 here and slowly banking the 3 down table. Yeah, I like that. Trying to get the speed right on the 3 ball. I mean, it's kind of natural, under the pressure. You feel like you can execute. All right, pretty good control. I said very good control, actually, from distance to be able to command the speed. And I did hold the cue ball nicely as well. What's he play here? This is difficult now. We'll come off the left side. Trying to bring the 3 up. He's got a lot of things the 8 can help him with. Leave on a combination just in case he doesn't get the snooker coming back down table. He's going to go into the 8, but he's so good with the cue ball it may not matter. Boy, how accurate is he at the ball in this match? I mean, there hadn't been a whole lot of safeties, to be fair. 3-rail kick here. You want to come underneath it. You can stop the ball if you hit it just right. Maybe slide into the 8 with the cue ball as the 3 comes down table. So he won't go for the make here, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, he'll come 3 rails underneath it. High ball, little more than medium speed. This one you usually get a pretty good feel. I came into it directly, so I think you're going to see batter go for this bank shot, especially with the 8 there, right? Hard to hang this bank from this angle. So you just come 1 rail above the 8 for position on the pink and a bit of a 2-way. Usually you're going to make it or it gets away from the pocket. Yeah, caught it a little thick and didn't get the cue ball travel he wanted either. I was about to, whoa. Didn't want to make that, I don't think anyways. What is that green 6 hanging on to, David?
Defying gravity. Yeah, a little smile between the 2 players actually.
Beautiful hit. Wants to avoid the point. He's going to leave a tester. Now, with the 4 there especially and the 6 hanging, you may see him go for the bank here since he can cue the bottom of the ball versus go for the cut. Maybe a bit more, you know, a bit of a bigger pocket as far as making a ball. You know, the 3 down the rail is super tough, especially under the pressure. So no, if he's shooting a high ball, he's definitely not going for the bank. Really nice.
Well, the standard continue in this match. There is on either side. Rallying. Yeah, good stuff. High quality match. And a nice little smattering of applause for Mario He. Just one in it. This is a race to 9, remember, for place in the last 64 of the World Pool Championship. It all concludes on Saturday with a race to 15 to become champion, to pick up the trophy, and of course the £250,000 record first prize. Do check out, of course, Matchroom Pool website to check the schedule for upcoming tournaments. It's a packed one. We heard Emily Fraser speaking the other day about trying to stack the calendar and give the players the opportunity to choose the events they want to play in and where they want to travel to. But of course, they didn't want to miss this one for obvious reasons. Mario He trailing 7-6 then.
Pretty effortless there. So you made that look easy. No worries at all there. I mean, I think he's got to go forward, but there's not really a bad position. Would like to get a little past the pink, just so he can naturally roll over. Or kind of, now he's got to go to the rail. Maybe a hair of inside spin. Does he have to go short side here? Which is okay as well. 6 is pretty near, so as long as you don't get straight or on the rail on the 5, should be okay.
Well, what a spirited fight back this is from 7-4. His opponent playing brilliantly, but Mario, he stuck to his guns. And match, if anything, is getting better. It's already good stuff.
Yeah, well, it was just really 2 mistakes he made. And batter took it full advantage. But like I said, it's just like 2 heavyweight fighters just sitting in the middle, throwing blow after blow, and breaking the ball's awesome, coming with the shots. Very rare mistakes as far as ball in hands, and just good stuff overall.
Yep, 7-7 then. Crucially, Mario, he, of course, keeps the break.
Yeah, they have come away with shots after the break for the most part, but has a lot to do with how they're breaking the balls, really. Good spreads, making multiple balls at times.
Alawadi just wiping his face down, preparing, hoping to get a shot here in this next wrap. But of course, that's the thing, the winner keeping the break. It's out of your hands. So Mario, he's won the last 3 racks.
There's going to be another look at the blue too. He's got a little angle as well. Doesn't have to do much to pull out to the middle of the table to have the red 3s. So, you know, all things considered, he should grab a lead and have 4 on the spin. And Vitim Harandanaj, but we forgot about Oscar Dominguez and To Lian Han. They're still playing as well, now knotted at 6 apiece. Oscar just pocketed the 9 to tie that match. Boy, and I'm always impressed with Lian Han, I'll tell you. Of course, I know him pretty well also, and he's come to Dallas quite a few times. We have a mutual friend, he's from Singapore. Good friend of mine that lives in Dallas from Singapore, and a pool player, but you know, actually, definitely a mentor of Aloysius Yaps, but I believe the oldest guy in the field, but he just seems to keep plugging. Made the final 32, or maybe even the final 16. I think it was 32 at the UK Open. He's just got to watch falling straight here on the 6th. I mean, it's hard to do with the angle he has here, but he doesn't want to, and he made sure of it. That's the only way really the rack could become difficult if he had to shoot the 7 from the cushion. But, you know, it looks like Mario's going to get to the hill first, or should anyways. And if you're in either one of these guys' corner, whoever goes on to win this match will qualify. But whoever loses, just got to tell them to keep their chin up. They're playing great. And just continue to do what you're doing and let the chips fall where they may. You got to believe, even with the field we have here at the World Pool Championships, if they go on to play like this in the loser's qualification, whichever player it is, odds are they're going to get in there.
Yeah, whoever loses the match would have played a lot better than several of the winners. That's just the nature, of course, of one-on-one. Mario He has really brought his A game in the last 20 minutes or so. Oh, it just wriggled a bit, that 9. It just wriggled a bit, but it's gone in. And he's on the hill at 8-7. Yeah, as I say, a crowd has gathered around the table to enjoy what is a cracking contest. And play about half an hour away from starting in the evening session. And we'll have, well, at least 2 matches, maybe 3 to bring you on this table, depending on the pace of play. Of course, the main table is televised. Table 2 is also streamed. You can check out Matchroom Pool YouTube channel and Matchroom Multisport as well. So can he bring this home? 8-7. Again, this one wasn't clean, but it went in.
Yeah, he's got to look at the blue too, but the 3 really doesn't play, so you wouldn't figure he would go for a cross side bank. If the 3 was open somewhere now, that may be a different story, but probably goes through the blue 2 and drops behind the pink. Could kind of draw behind the pink as well, but normally your touch isn't quite as good. Yeah, the draw was nice though. Doesn't want to make it. Doesn't want to set it over the side. Actually put it in a nasty position, really. Very difficult to kick at. Can he go 2 cushions, you know, by the 8 to the right side rail, and then in between the 9 and the brown 7 coming at the blue 2? I think it's there. I really do. It's really a shot you should practice from all different positions because it comes up a bit more than you'd think.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough enough, but the fact that it could be his last shot in the match makes it even tougher.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's not recognizing the 2-rail path off the right long rail, coming to the bottom cushion and then back up between, like I said, the 9 and 7. This is a big scratch angle here. Only has one good side of the 2 to hit. Oh, soft as well. Yeah, but you could see it was going to get lost in the middle, right? Okay. Now what does Mario do for the 3 ball? I think he's got to just follow past it. He's going to have to make a little bit of a shot on the 3, but you wouldn't want to draw into position here. You would always follow. So I wouldn't want to try and bump the 6 in any kind of way coming off the cushion. That's a very narrow gap. So I think it has to be follow. And like I said, just know you're going to have to make something that's a hair awkward on the red 3. Maybe even more than a hair awkward to get position on the pink. Yeah, just in that position there, a little past it. I wouldn't try to play for the side. Yeah, I would come down past for one of the upper corners. Is he going to draw this ball? I don't like coming across. It's amazing he's going to draw this ball. You always have better touch going forward than you do drawing. I always equated David to kind of like throwing a ball in front of you versus throwing a ball behind you. Yeah, you want to fall somewhat. You got right in between. Could have used another inch going forward. Now the shot he's looking at, you don't have to jack up as much as you think to get to the side rail. You're going to get a little ricochet effect playing the 3 in the side. You kind of slide one rail towards the 4 and evaluate. I'll tell you another thing that sometimes comes up in this situation is really a safety may be the right play. But since you had ball in hand on the 2, your mind says, I don't want to play safe on the 3. I just had ball in hand on the 2, so. Oh, what a hit. What a hit. You got a nice angle as well. Another big decision. Do you try to force position on the 5, or do you come for the 5-9? I think it's pretty awkward to get that comfortable position on the 5. I think he can just draw by the 8 for the combination. Maybe even go forward for the combination. Oh, speed's a little light. He may not shoot it from here. He's just kind of sizing it up at the moment. Could kind of play the purple a few ways if he elected not to play the combo. I think he's probably going to attack with the combination though. Maybe stun at the 7 as well. Normally you don't want to stun on a combination, makes it a little more missable. So maybe the draw stroke.
Well, what a performance and what a match from both players. You've got to say that Alawadi did very, very little wrong there. Mario, he turned it on in style from 7-4 down, and he has run out a 9-7 winner with that final combination shot, the winning shot. So Mario He into the last 64. Congratulations to him, and we will be back in about 20 minutes for the evening session.
plenty of perspiration. Now we're seeing inspiration.
Listen to the noise. This is to tie the match up.
It all would have been there for him.
My word!